5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good evening. How are we doing? Good evening, good afternoon, I should say. Welcome along. Afternoon, morning, good night, good day, wherever you are. Good, whatever applies to you at the moment. One of those probably has you covered. It's LTID TV from Leicester Till I Die. And a rather special game. And let's say hello to Tom. Hello, Tom. How are you doing? Tom isn't with me. And that's probably because I've not brought him in. I've not brought anybody in.
I'm here, Chris. I just can't see you at the moment either. So that's what I'm wondering.
I'm trying to do too many things at once. There we go.
We're all here. There we go, mate. How are you, mate?
I'm kind of excited, but kind of sad at the same time.
Yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it, to work it out today? Because in some ways it is a funeral in some ways of saying goodbye to a very, very good era of Leicester City Football Club that Jamie Vardy's led. But also it's a time of celebration, isn't it?
It is. And look, you know, all good things come to an end. And like the chairman said in his notes today, it is maybe the start of something new.
Well, exactly. That's it, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it? Because I was thinking back, Chris, and I can't remember the last time we had a player who's been so steadfast at Leicester before Jamie Vardy. You see what I mean? This is why it's such an interesting thing to consider going forward, because we've not had this for many, many years to have a player of such a legacy of 13 years with us. And it is going to feel very strange for us. It's very different.
100%. I still can't get over that this is his last game. I mean, what if he doesn't score today?
Well, if he doesn't score today, Chris, I think it's one of those we just create a nice image off the Leicester website, including the number 9 on the back of his shirt, call it 199 goals, and its job's still done, isn't it? I think it's irrelevant, really, to me if he scores today or not. It'd be nice to tie it all together with 200 goals in 500 appearances on the day he signed is the day he leaves. That would be remarkable. But you know what the world's like, Chris. It sometimes doesn't work out that way. And he might end up with 201 yet.
Yeah, yes, he might. He might well indeed. But look, I mean, it's going to be typical. We're doing all this for this game. And Ipswich, what extra incentives do they need than to go out and piss on our party?
Well, exactly, Chris. Sometimes you set us up for a big fall, don't you? It reminds me of the day that we lifted the Premier League trophy at that home game against Everton, where you'd forgive them for obviously maybe, losing to Everton. But actually, we turned up on the day. So I think with that in mind, mate, I wonder if even for Leicester, and I know we have a habit of messing things up, but even for Leicester, they can't lose today for me.
You heard it here, folks. Clip it. We cannot lose today.
The curse of the commentators in early today, Chris. I've gone for it. I don't think we're losing. We're going to win.
You have, haven't you? You have. Right. I tell you what. Look, we're here. It's Jamie Vardy's 500th game. I mean, it is kind of strange the way that it's worked out, isn't it? Where his last game is going to be on exactly the same day that he signed for us.
Yeah, it is remarkable, really, isn't it? I wonder if that's to do with his contract, mate. But of course, he was quite bizarre in how he signed, obviously, at this time of year, because normally, outside of transfer windows, you can't do a lot. But of course, he came from non-league. where the rules are different. So that's why he came in a bit earlier. So, yeah, I think it's a remarkable bit of history. It's all tied together that way. But of course, mate, we can't get away from it as well. It would be better if we were still in the Premier League as he was leaving us. And I think that will be the sad part of this legacy he'll take with him.
Yeah. Say a few hellos. Great afternoon, everybody. Let's hope Jamie Vardy is having a party. No Cam Chris. Yes, I got that. Oh, there you are. Look, can I just say, last night, I was doing we did a 24-hour presentathon on the radio for homeless veterans in the UK. We're very good in this country at giving 5-star luxury to people that arrive on a boat, and yet we don't look after people that have fought and lost limbs for the country. So we were doing this, and my slot was a 3-hour slot from midnight till 3 a.m. So if I do get a few things wrong, please forgive me.
Lots of late nights, Chris, at the moment for me as well, as you know, mate. So we were both trying to get through this one a little bit, but you've got to look at the everybody's party.
If we make it to the end, I think we deserve a medal.
We have to hand over to Jim and Brad in the post-war, mate, and Wayne.
He did. James is in the Everton fan. Hi, James. How the devil are you? 2-0. I had you down for 3-0. What the fuck? Typical Everton. Fucking things up for me. That'd have been an extra 3 points in the prediction league.
What a shame, mate. What a shame. What else can you do? But, it's Everton, isn't it? It's going to be 1 or 2-0 at home, isn't it? But it's like our game today, that game, isn't it, mate? They had to win. That's the last game of Goodison.
Yes. Yeah.
And I put a draw because I forgot it was the last game of Goodison.
I mean, Southampton, if you ever want to play a team this season on the last, whatever it happens to be, or the anniversary of whatever it happens to be, you want that to be against, Leicester or Southampton, don't you? I mean, in fairness to Ipswich, at least they do sometimes put up a fight. Look, watch along. Shall we get it going?
Let's do it, mate. Let's get into it.
Let's make a go of it. James said he had 2-0 on my Super 6 for our game. Next week, mate, I am going to be ringing you. Oh, no, I can't because we're not in the Premier League, so I can't ring you when Everton are playing. So that's going to happen.
You can argue once again Everton have stayed up by the scruff of their neck, Chris. How many times have Leicester not had that happen to them?
Well, I mean, in fairness, I have to say... I don't think they've actually stayed up. I do think...
In the past they have, yeah.
Sure, in the past they have, yes. I mean, they finished it... They're currently 13th. They're 4 points behind Palace. We've got to say congratulations to Palace on winning the FA Cup. I must admit, a little bit of me wanted Man City to win because I'm thinking Palace are the latest team to have their name added on after us that have never done it before. But isn't it funny seeing Man City end trophyless the whole season?
Yeah, well, that's it, mate, isn't it? It's almost like the lesser of two evils, that one for me. But also, I'll also say this. I felt the same as you going into it, but with seeing Palace celebrate, I was like, no, fair play, they deserve it.
Yeah, no, it's like I say, it was the lesser of two evils, but after that, I was very happy. And the fact that they soaked up all the pressure and hit them on the break, Paul is in. Hi, Paul. How are you? James says, 100% congratulations to Crystal Palace. Yeah, I think deep down we all are. Anybody that, like you say, isn't one of the big six, you got to look at it and go, yeah, fair play to you.
Well, I wonder if Everton might do something next year. Moyes has got trophy history, hasn't he? And he's gone in there and done a remarkable job this year, James. So you should be very happy with Everton right now, mate.
I will email you, James, because I do want to do a show about your favourite manager, Sean Dyche. So I'm hoping to get a Burnley fan on as well, depending how long he stays as one of the co-favourites. 3-1 says Gray. Fox, Jamie Vardy to get a brace. which was pretty much what you were saying before, wasn't it?
Well, I did put into the group earlier in the Facebook group, didn't I, Chris, this week? And I've tallied up the limited answers we got into percentages to see who thought, how many goals Vardy would get. Sorry, that was a terrible sentence, wasn't it? To see how many goals people would predict if Jamie Vardy would get on his last day. So I'll read that out a bit later on anyway, what people thought.
I think I may have missed that because I don't think I joined in, did I?
No, you didn't, mate. I mean, what's your prediction? I can add you to it.
Unfortunately, I'm going to say he doesn't get any.
Okay, so you go for 199, not a problem.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. Yes, I'm going for 199 because I wrote a piece, and do check this out, everybody. By the way, it is also online. If you are an Observer fan, some aren't, some aren't. You don't see many Observer banners at football matches, do you? But if you do read it, at the moment, and I've probably only got this game and one game left, but every Sunday it goes up. Fanfare and Fanguish it's called, and you've got every Premier League club writing 300 odd words about it. And I was saying, and I said it on the BBC as well when I write for them every other week, and I was saying last week Jamie Vardy could have got his 200.
Yes,
he didn't. He set Brunetti up, and he gave Monga the chance to create history and get a goal. I am not only going to miss Jamie Vardy, the scorer, but also Jamie Vardy, the sportsman, and the shithousery person, if you like.
Yeah, and the behind-the-scenes leader as well, Chris, isn't it? Because that was a prime example of that. And I think that's the hardest thing sometimes, because every football team kind of needs its leader. Normally it's the captain, or normally it's a big character like Vinnie Jones at Wimbledon back in the day. But who will that man be for Leicester after Jamie Vardy? That's going to be the big question now. It
is indeed. Daesh backs himself at the hot seat at Old Trafford. He might be on competition there. I don't somehow think he's going to Old Trafford. That would be funny, though. It would be funny. Right, let's get into this game first of all. Before we will be obviously coming back to Jamie Vardy, which is why we started so early. But look, there's the lineup. Only one change from last week. Sumare coming back in for Skip. I'm quite surprised and a little bit disappointed because I'm not Sumare's biggest fan. And I think Skip could very much be the Winks of next year, if you like. And certainly if Ruud van Nistelrooy stays, I can't see Winks getting back into this key team. And I don't want Sumare there.
No, it's a problem, isn't it, Chris? But I think the concern is, hasn't indeed he got a £9 million release clause, which is going to maybe become an issue in the summer. So in that case, there might be a horrible thing where, like how we kind of got stuck with Vestergaard and then Enzo re-signed him, which was daft. We might get stuck with Sumare. He might be the one that doesn't go.
I just wish he'd turn up more than he does. Look, I just don't. There's players there like FaZe that if we stick with Ruud, and look, he was my man of the match last week, not because he was necessarily the best player, but because he had improved from his normal shite. That's why I gave it to him. He had 15 clearances, which was 10 more than Cody in second place on 5. So fair play to him. His head met every ball that came into the box last week. So, and I've got to say, as much as I sort of don't like him and don't rate him, if a player does well, I've got to jump up and say it, and he did. But I hope he goes as well. Indeed, to be honest with you, if I was to be offered 9 million for Ndidi, I'd take it.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think any Premier League club will probably look at £9 million for an Ndidi in the same way they're looking at maybe a free transfer of Jamie Vardy and going, why not? Because you can spend a lot more money nowadays on something which isn't as guaranteed. It'll probably be a 50-50 shot. But if you're someone like a West Ham, someone like an Ndidi coming in as an option would
or a Birmingham Leeds, possibly.
Well, exactly, Chris. It's interesting you go back to FaZe there. This is why I'm so annoyed with FaZe. And actually, when I tell you this, you're going to be more annoyed. Do you think he had, 15 interceptions or clearances last game? He was averaging 2 a game before then.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, he's in the window now, isn't he? He wants to leave. Yeah. So now all of a sudden he's going to do 15 times more work.
I mean, everybody turned up last week. It was a local derby. We stopped Forest getting that. It's now not in their hands to get Champions League. they've got to win every game, but then they've got to let other teams have got to lose. So that was the incentive for us. Maybe players did turn up a bit, but looking at the front of you've got Vardy up front. I'm surprised Buenetta didn't start because if you want to give Vardy the best chance of getting 200 goals, you start with the team that ended last week.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Yeah, because Buenota, he's come off the bench the last couple of times now and had a couple of good goes there, hasn't he? But Chris, I'm still not against McAteer starting. It's 50-50 for me because McAteer's probably going to be here next year, isn't he? So, and I think he needs to get bedded in. But like you say, if Vardy's going, how many of these players are actually playing for each other anyway for next season? Not a lot.
But would you? I mean, I would have put Buenetta instead of Ayew.
But then obviously if Vardy was going, then would you have him on the bench and put Ayew up top?
I mean,
ready for next season.
Yeah, I mean, I would have Ayew on the bench. I think Ayew or Dakova-Reid, and look at Dakova-Reid's disappeared down the drain somewhere. Now the youngsters are being picked. But I would have had El Canous, Buenete and McAteer as the three behind Vardy because it worked so well last week to a point. Obviously, there's a lot of changes and what have you. But look, with how well the team played last week, I can understand him not changing it. I've got to say, Ricardo on the bench is another one I hope goes because he's just a sick note now. Christensen, Coley there. Interestingly, no Koulibaly.
No, it's interesting. I wonder if that social media post we talked about 2 weeks ago and obviously has come back up to the limelight this week has probably had a bit of an impact. But he's really been it's remarkable. If Rude signed him, then why is he so out of favour? Because going back to the thing that drives you insane, Justin's at right back again.
Yeah.
Which you don't like. Well, none of us like.
Look, look, this is why I don't want Rude here.
It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't make any sense.
The last two games, you're making the think, well, maybe, we're starting to look a little bit better. But, yeah, weird.
If we got limited funds, Chris, can he really be going to spending £2.5 million to someone, a player who's not going to play next season? Yeah. That's what worries me. It doesn't make any blooming sense.
Or a player that you buy because you're desperate for a right back and then carry on playing a left back at right back.
Exactly, mate. It's very bizarre to me, this, isn't it? And it's a big summer for us as well, because like I say, I'm looking through this team and I'd say at least a third of them, if not a half of them, are probably going. Yeah.
I really, when I look at that team and I look at that subs bench, he would have said, Ruud van der Sar, I want a right back. And they would have said, well, we can get this guy. And he would have had to have given his okay. If he doesn't give an okay on a player, then there's something bigger wrong with this club than we probably thought, because the manager's got to have the final say. Yeah. Because, I remember being a manager of a sales team, and I had somebody put onto me, and I wasn't included in the recruitment at all. And when I was told who I was getting, I was saying, well, I knew them because they were part of the company outside. I went, they're not going to fit in with my team. 6 months later, he was out, and thinking, well, why do you think you bloody include me? I don't know. Like I say, with this club, nothing surprises me whatsoever.
We've had questions about communication behind the scenes, haven't we, Chris? And it's once again, who's talking to who's making these decisions? Because ultimately, if it is Ruud who's leading the charge, he's the one seeing him on the training pitch. So he obviously wanted a right back, but he hasn't used him. So I don't really understand.
Yeah. Ruud is another one, great player back in the day, but can't put it out as a manager. Look, I don't know as who you support. You are a Leicester fan. But I've got to say, I can't argue with that. If you've come on as a Man United fan or a Spurs fan or whatever, hoping to sort of have a dig, I'm going to say, I totally agree with you. I can't argue with that point.
I can't disagree either. I think it's a very fair comment. I said it last week. I think I wouldn't want to sign for Leicester if this was the way they treat their players. And it's a bad image. It's a bad look, but it's down to the manager, Chris. He shouldn't be.
It is. You just know who's going to get a goal today, and that's going to be George Hurst.
Yes, it'll have to be, won't it? The man that we maybe...
he is a Leicester fan. Well done, Ez. I wasn't sure. But I agree with you. Well, we both agree with you. So, it's a very valid point.
Well, it's funny with George Hurst, isn't it? Because you think, what sort of striker would we want next season? He might be one of those that obviously he didn't make the grade here, but I mean, no one would have seen him doing this well at Ipswich, really, would they? Let's be frank when we sold him.
But he hasn't. He hasn't obviously torn any, Forest stuff or anything, has he? At Ipswich, he's been there. He's got goals when it counted. Probably a bit like a Tom Cannon.
Well, he feeds Hutchinson a lot, doesn't he? And Clark, and they do a lot of stuff with the wingers coming in and cutting inside and getting shots off, don't they? So I think he serves a purpose in that regard, just holding the ball up. More than scoring.
And look, a player, Samare. Let's say any player, Samare, Skip, Winks, whoever, not playing well under Ruud van Nistelrooy, goes to another club with a different manager. Look at Vestergaard. Everybody had written him off. Enzo came in, and he had a fantastic season. Whether he deserved that extra 3 years, that I think had Enzo stayed, Vestergaard would have probably been part of his regular, one of the first names on the sheet. But you can move club and suddenly, or a new manager, and suddenly a player that you think is absolutely awful is suddenly primetime Messi.
Yeah, and it's part of the reason, mate, I'm still not happy Ruud's here, because I'm looking at how he's treating the core of what we got now, knowing that half of this is going to remain a goal. I don't think he's getting it right so far, let alone when we get into next season. So you kind of want to take the edge and take the chance on a manager coming who's going to manage this group better as well.
Indeed. Ez says, I just don't beat around the bush with these things. I have to be honest with you, Ez, I used to beat about the bush a lot, but my ex-wife wasn't very keen on it.
Oh, mate, that's why she put you out in the garden, leave, isn't it? Out in the garden with shrubs and that.
Both of us going a bit near the mark, but managing to pull it back, I think, at the end. Right, those are the teams. What they say, there's nothing really worth talking about. It's like doing preview shows. No point of it at the moment, So we know what the team is. We've done it. So, look, we're going to talk about, well, I've said it there, that man Vardy, Leicester City's number 9. I've seen a lot this week about retiring the shirt. I don't agree with retiring shirts. I mean, what was it? Birmingham retired. What was it called?
Jude Bellingham's number.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that's a little bit. Come on, he'd hardly been there. But and I wouldn't even say like a KDH or anybody like that. But if they were to retire the number 9 shirt, I've got to say this is the closest thing we've got to anybody for us to do that.
It is the closest, you're right, Chris. But like you say, it's the number 9 as well, isn't it? It's not as if it's a North American sport, for example, where you could have the number 69, which would be quite hilarious in the circumstances of our banter. But then if he was the number 69, I don't think anyone would have any problem retiring it, because it's like, who else is going to take that number? But
does it matter? Because Monga's 95 or 96, it doesn't matter anymore, does it, on these numbers? So if we were to retire the number 9, so what? I'm just looking here. Our players, this is our team today. 41, 2, 3, 4, 35, 6, 24, 11, 18, 35, 9. Does it matter what the bloody number is? I actually think we probably should retire the number. I don't think he should get a statue, because I'm saying that because I don't think we would give him one, because we've not given one to Gordon Banks, who's a bloody World Cup winner. We gave one to Vichai, obviously, for obvious reasons. So I don't think Vardy will ever get a number 9, a statue. I don't think he'll get a stand named after him because of the cost that we could get by, sponsoring.
He's already got a stand named after him at Fleetwood, so we can't really make someone else's stand name either.
Yeah, but we could possibly get a lot of money in by getting a sponsor for a stand. So why not just retire the shirt and leave it? Like I say, he is the greatest modern day, and we've got to say modern day because it's different times, footballer we've ever had. Shall we have a look? Shall we have a look at his record, shall we say, in football? And this is something, just if you're watching Harry Kane, I know you've you got a trophy now. It's like Emil Heskey said, well, I've won the Premier League. Well, you were with Liverpool, or what? Well, you didn't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Saying that. But look, this isn't a bad record. 2-time English second-tier champion. 1 times Footballer of the Year, 2 times top goal scorer. One of those obviously was in the conference. 1 times Premier League Player of the Year, 1 times Premier League title, first tier title, 1 times FA Cup winner. And I have to say, I love you, Transfer Market, because you call it what I call it. 1 time English Super Cup winner. None of this Community Shield, Charity Shield crap. It's the Super Cup. And he's won that. That is not a bad haul, is it?
No, it's not, mate. And quickly going back to Harry Kane for the banter, it took Jamie Vardy to announce his retirement for Harry Kane to finally go, I'm allowed to win a trophy now for his entire career. Harry Kane didn't touch anything until Jamie Vardy said, I'm done now, lads. And then Harry went, oh, thank goodness for that. I can now go win something. But no, it is remarkable, Chris. And once again, mate, not trying to put our own fan base down, but he achieved these things with Leicester City. Lionel Messi didn't go to Espanyol rather than Barcelona and go win the Super Cup with Espanyol, did he? Remarkable. No. Remarkable.
That's what you've got to remember when you look at these stats. Golden Boot winner. I think we said Golden Boot, top goal scorer, mate. How many goals would he have scored for a top? Now, I'm going to say this, right, Gray? He had the chance to go to a top team, as in Arsenal, right? Would he have been successful at Arsenal? I don't think so.
I would agree with you.
You know, when he played for England, he should have got more goals for England than he did. And he scored some... I mean, who can forget that his first goal against Germany? I mean, what a goal that back here. He did it in the league once as well. What a goal. But he was played out of position. He was played on the left wing by Roy Hodgson. And I think he would have ended up like that with Arsenal because I don't think they would have played to his strengths.
I agree, mate. Even if he'd gone to Man City.
Exactly. This season, we haven't played to his strengths. And look at him. He's been average. No disrespect to him. You expect your goal scorer to score goals. He's been average. That's not necessarily his fault, as much as I've complained about it. It's because he hasn't had the service.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think if he'd gone to a big club, I don't think they would have played to his strengths.
I think he'd have been chucked down the left wing every time. They'd have gone, he's got pace, he's a left winger. I think a lot of it, I don't think they would have played him as a forward, not over some bigger names, Chris.
Yes, yeah. Imagine if Spurs win that final. I actually want Man United. It's a family thing. I think we've said this before.
My nephew's a Spurs fan, so I've got to go with Spurs, haven't I?
You have. But my 2 nephews and my brother-in-law are Man United fans, so I've got to be a Man United supporter.
I still keep leaving little foxes around him, trying to get him to come to the dark side, Chris. Subliminal sort of like, Clockwork Orange style sort of, program going on. Hold his eyes open and put a fox in front of him at every opportunity. It's a strategy.
Indeed. You don't buy like stuffed foxes and what have you.
Oh, yeah, I've done that,
Andreas, I'd like to see a statue. I think we all would, but I don't think that will happen. From non-league to Premier League, FA Cup winner, for not a club like Arsenal, Liverpool, or Manchester United, but Leicester City, it's an incredible story. James, you're so true. It so is. I don't care what you say. If Harry Kane looks at that, he's all right. People will say, "Look what he did for England." Well, he was picked for England.
Yes,
he was picked for Tottenham, and what did he win at Tottenham? Sweet FA, no pun intended. Like you said, that is an amazing haul. I just want to look at some facts now. This is goals since his Premier League debut, right? This is how many goals Jamie Vardy has got. He's above Aguero. He's above Son, Mane, Sterling, Lukaku, Rashford, Wilson, whoever Wilson is. I'm not sure who that one is.
Newcastle, Callum Wilson.
Oh, could be. Yes, he could be very, very right.
Great spell at Bournemouth, didn't he?
Yeah. And look, he's behind, and all right, look, we take the Michael out of Harry Kane, but when he pulls on an England shirt, we love him. Let's be honest with you. We just hated him when he played for Tottenham. 210 goals. Well done. That's an amazing figure for him. Salah, he will get to 200. He'll probably overtake Kane if he stays with Liverpool another season, which I think he is. Vardy to be third in that list is some bloody achievement.
It is as well, especially when you think Kane and Vardy are different types of players as well. I'd say Harry Kane is a more complete forward than Jamie Vardy, actually. He can do more in the air. He can have more physical element to his game. So I think for Jamie Vardy to be that close to him, but then also to have gone on in the style of football we've played, Chris, and made such an impact. I mean, Aguero would probably be seen as one of the greatest poachers the Premier League's ever seen. And look, he's miles ahead of him, 13 odd goals. Crazy.
Yes. Funnily enough, we will be looking at the old fox in the box in a second. But that is, like I say, goals since Jamie Vardy's Premier League debut. And I must admit, I've got to say, looking at these facts this week to do all the actual, and these are courtesy of Opta, so I know they're spot on. It has put a smile on my face, sort of doing these stats this week. It's given me something to smile about. But we're going to look at goals scored aged 30 plus. He has got 109 of his 100. Was it 143?
143, yeah.
143. 109 of those goals have come after he turned 30. I mean, he scored more than Wright. And let's be honest with you, fair play to Ian Wright. He's been, in fairness, Ian Wright, a big supporter of Jamie Vardy. And Wright came along in pretty much the same way. He got his chance very late in his career, and he took it with both hands. But when you come to think, all right, Shearer, maybe not, but Lampard, Chelsea, Sheringham, Man United, and Spurs, Salah, Liverpool, Zola, Chelsea, Drogba, Chelsea. You've got to look at those and go, look at the teams they were in.
Exactly. I mean, the only one there's Peter Beardsley, perhaps, or Les Ferdinand. If you look at Newcastle and Tottenham, is slightly smaller, but he's still got double the goals on them. Double.
Yes, yeah. And when it comes to I think when Ferdinand was in there, that was when Ollie of the Ardiles played his six up front.
Yes, I remember. Goodness me, a long time ago now, mate. We're talking 30 plus years that was, Chris, now.
God, do you remember those 4-3s against Liverpool? Great 2 games to watch as a neutral, but
really out there, scoring from the halfway line for the defender. Yeah.
And Kevin Keegan falling over the advertising audio when the 4th goal went in. But again, he's kept himself fit. He's kept himself fit. Well done to him.
Yeah. Chris, do you remember where Jamie Vardy's first ever Leicester goal was?
Oh,
because I'm not sure if you've done this.
First Premier League goal.
No, his first goal for Leicester, mate. Who was it against?
I'm going to say completely. I think it was in the League Cup, and I don't remember what it's necessarily called at the time. But I'm going to go for Torquay.
Would you believe it, Chris? You've got it bang on. His first goal for Leicester City was in 2012, the end of August, against Torquay United away.
Yes.
And you look at where Torquay United are now, Chris. It shows how much football has changed. They're in the Bandana National South.
I used to have a soft spot for Torquay, mainly because it was Hell's Bells off Soccer AM's team. And she was, let's be honest with you, a fit little bell. I don't care what the result is now. I got that question right. Bring it on,
all week. I've been waiting all week to ask you that. I'm going to quietly bring this in today because I don't think you'd have looked at this. So there you go. Well done, mate. I'm very impressed.
Thank you, sir. And that was done totally. There's no way I could have Googled that in that space of time. So I must admit, even by my standards, I'm chuffed with myself.
And he scored with his head as well. It was with his head, ironically. It wasn't with his feet.
There you go. Look, this is his 24-25 Premier League season. And then it has brought it down to earth a little bit. But it's a shame that he's going out on those figures, isn't it?
It is, mate, and it goes back to, it's a shame that, and I think this goes back to the whole Cooper scenario, which we've all still probably not really got our heads around because it was such a stylistic change, wasn't it? And it wasn't really a team that was set up to service Jamie Vardy well. And with Rude, we obviously, by the time we got back to playing what a sort of system that should suit Jamie Vardy, we completely lost our way, haven't we, by then? Yeah, we couldn't create a chance for love nor money. So it is a sad end in that to see these stats, but everything else up until this season has been unbelievable. Yeah,
I think we let him down this season.
I think it's 50-50. Yeah, I think 50-50, definitely. I think he was let down by the tactics, and I think he's been getting frustrated as well.
Yeah. I'm going to say that I actually agree with Gray here. This is my greatest ever Liverpool goal. No, Liverpool goal, Leicester goal. Again, it was against Liverpool. Was it Mahrez, I think, booted it upfield.
Yeah.
It bounced once. He said afterwards that he knew that the Liverpool goalkeeper used to like coming off his line. And it was just sublime. And I can remember the Sky Sports team, because it was a night game. I think there was a few night games. I think there was like a lot.
It was Tuesday, wasn't it? Tuesday night, wasn't it? Yeah.
And they were doing a Sky Sports football. They're all in the thing. And I can remember the guy, it might have been Clinton Morrison, I think, that did it, and he was just like, "Oh my God, you got to see this goal." Yeah. Guys, get in the chat what your favourite Vardy goal is. That was it. Mignolet was the goalkeeper. Get in your chat, guys. What is your favourite Jamie Vardy goal?
Can I tell you mine? Because mine's different.
Yeah. Oh, no. You go for it. Sir.
Mine would be the one away at West Brom in the Great Escape season, because I think that goal changed everything, not just for Leicester, but also for Jamie Vardy. I think that was the one. Either that or the Man United one before. But I'll go with the West Brom one, because it's kind of after that West Brom one, we won 3-2. He it kind of unleashed him. He then did it every time, running through and scoring after that.
When we say sliding doors moment?
Yeah.
And I think he was running upfield, and I think he had Nugent, it was possibly up with him, and I was screaming, pass it, because Nugent, I have to say, it would have been a tap-in for Nugent.
Yes, exactly.
The goalkeeper was on that side, on Vardy's side, and Vardy was coming down the left. I mean, look, he won the ball. He was, some would say unfairly, if you're a West Brom fan. Had he missed that, who knows? Like I say, sliding
we could have gone down. But I hope David Nugent's there today, Chris, because actually Nugent's, Vardy's got a lot to thank Nugent for. I think he learnt a lot off Nugent, didn't he? And he said he was his greatest ever strike partner as well. So we know Nigel Pearson's going to be there today, and Danny Drinkwater and Matty James. I know they're all there, but I'd like to think Nugent's there as well, because he was a big part of Jamie Vardy's success at Leicester.
I've got to say, the thing about Nugent, just to sidetrack a little bit, is the fact that he took it when we got promoted. He said, "I don't take enough penalties.
Yes,
I need to take it on my shoulder and be the main penalty taker." And of course, he did. And obviously, eventually, he was taken over by that man there. This, in fact, I don't think my mouse shows up on the screen, but you see those 3 dots outside the box?
Yes.
The one to the right, as you look at it, that's the Liverpool goal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like that Alan Birchinall goal, Chris, isn't it? I swear it was near the halfway line. But, every time you look at it, it gets closer to the goal, doesn't it?
Well, he did that video, when he announced he was retiring in the morning, and by the evening he'd done 20 interviews, 10 videos, and a record probably. He actually joked, said, with every story, this gets closer.
It gets closer.
Yes, yeah. But I think, but look at that. All right, it's not. That's not all. That's his 143 goals in the Premier League. Look where they all are. 140 of those in the box. And at the end of the day, that's where you want your striker to be.
Absolutely, mate. Fox in the box, literally as you put there on the screen. And it's amazing how it all matched up into what was a beautiful story for us, because he was such an unlikely hero. That's what we forget. Yeah. He was such an unlikely hero. The first season, it could have gone the other way. He could have gone on loan. He could have quit football. And for whatever reason, a few little things lined up along the way that we've called sliding doors moment. And now we're here talking about one of the greatest legacies in Leicester City history.
Yeah. So look, as I say, that is every single Premier League goal he scored. 143 goals. That is almost half a goal a game.
Yeah.
And I don't care what you say. You can get better stats than that. Well, this guy scores 2 goals every game or whatever, or 2 goals every 3 games. Over 100 and odd games in the Premier League, that is a great record. 26,203 minutes. And thanks, Opta, for this as well again. He got 17 headers, 34 he scored with his left foot, 92 with his right foot. Number on point indicates the number of penalty goals. Okay, there we go.
So the one in the middle,
Yeah.
You can just see there's a number on it.
Yeah, there is indeed. I should have gone to Specsavers.
I'm trying to think what the other two outside the box were.
Was one the West Brom goal, or did he go into the box with that one?
I swear he came inside the box for that one. I think he was directly in front of the one on the left. Chap, chuck some suggestions in the box here, because I'm trying to remember. Because I remember the Liverpool one. I'm trying to remember what the other two would be. It's an interesting question, that, isn't it, for the quiz time here on LTID TV?
Yes.
As Chris just
Googling. You just made me think I might actually have an end of season quiz with all the
good idea.
Yes. So I tell you what, how many hat tricks has Jamie Vardy scored?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm going to go with 9.
I honestly didn't know.
I don't know. So I'm going with 9. I should know. Sorry, guys.
You should know. Anybody in the chat know how many? Well, I'll tell you because they'll be Googling it all. It was 3.
Only 3?
See,
I've got stuck in my head that he scored a hat-trick every time he played Man City for about 5 years, which was very, very good memories. But, I can remember Rodri's tears right now.
Yes. He got 1 in the 16-17 season. He got 1 in the 19-20 and 1 in the 2021, which I think was probably the Southampton game.
Oh, of course, yes, the 9-0.
Yes, yeah. El Azabazza says 3. He got that right.
Well done, mate. You were awake today.
Yes, I got asked that a while ago, and I couldn't remember the answer. I did just have to Google it. I'm not going to lie. But look, anybody, let's have a look and see if we what they've been saying. Ez said, is it Ez Azabaza? I'll call you Ez, it's easier if that's okay, or I'll call you Ez. It's got to be the Liverpool one, yeah. Andreas said the Liverpool goal and the Germany goal. I mean, that Germany, if you're talking about that back heel, he actually did do that against Manchester City, I think it was.
Yes, I think he did, mate, against Man City. Yeah. Remarkable. It was so casual, wasn't it? You think it's his England debut, wasn't it, as well? One of his second games.
Yes. Yeah.
So casual with it, just such a natural. Oof.
Yeah. That passed my mind. David Nugent, Tom, is in the LCFC TV studio. Hopefully he's on the pitch later. How do you get that up, Tom? Because I've just gone on the LCFC website because I wanted to watch the...
They're against us on YouTube, Chris. They're on the Leicester's channel on YouTube. That's why we can't see them. We're aware that David Nugent's there because we're not watching it.
Because normally, I know that they said they were showing... let me just try and find it. So I wanted to see some of that they're showing sort of classic moments or anything. Where are we?
They'll just be talking amongst themselves, I'd imagine, with Matt Elliott or someone probably.
Oh, it doesn't show. I've surely not unsubscribed from it, have I?
Maybe they've blocked you, Chris.
More than likely. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. They've got Ewan Roberts and Matt Elliott. Matt Elliott, who I can never get on the channel, and Ewan Roberts, who very nearly did come on one time, but then didn't.
Come on, Matt. You want to have a proper, honest chat. You don't want to do all the political ones you're doing right now. Come on, let it off the ledge. Come on, Matty.
Oh, hang on. He's just showing him on the pitch there. Prashant says, mine was the goal against Man City when we beat them 4-2. His angle was so tight to score that goal. It really shows he had talent. Also, when we smashed Man City, COVID, that flick, that's the one, we were just talking about. Loyalty light is so rare. I think at Leicester, we are lucky in the sense some players staying loyal.
It's very rare in modern football. Well said. Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah. I think, Gray, I think you can say loyalty. And then, look, if you look at the likes of, what's he called? James Maddison, Kieran Dewsbury Hall, Harvey Barnes. None of them actually ever asked to leave.
No, which is remarkable, isn't it? I think it shows, Chris, of course, a lot of these players, especially KDH, he was with the club from a very young age, wasn't he? We're talking, probably just coming out of, diapers, or nappies,
Yeah.
and then they're on the training pitch. I mean, that's a good thing about us going forward with this training facility. And we want players like that because, when you're Leicester, you need players like that, Chris, who want to stay with the club and the right attitude.
Great. If you know Matt's dad, have a word with him. Tell him I've asked him. I've gone through his best mate, who I know. He was the guy that did all my LTID shirts and sweatshirts and what have you. Get him to tell Matt to come on. It's very difficult because I wanted to get on. I think a lot of them, because they work for Leicester at the same time, don't want to come on and be sort of,
Well, it's a conflict of interest potentially if they're getting paid, and we wouldn't want. And also, we would just say this when anyone does see this: we're not trying to get anyone in trouble if they do want to come on the channel. We would obviously not get you in any trouble at all.
No, I'm trying to get Steve Linux back on because he says it as he sees it, but he's just so busy with work at the moment. I actually spoke to him the other night. So busy at work at the moment that it's not always easy to get him on. But he does say it like he sees it because obviously he's got no ties now. Look. We're just saying then about loyalty and what have you. He isn't one of our own, but he feels like one of our own.
He does, yeah, but it's funny because even though he came in at, 25, he was still a boy, Chris. He was still kind of in the head of a 15-year-old because he kind of had a 10-year gap there where he wasn't really living the footballer life. So that's what's interesting about it. We still kind of picked him up at that emotionally young age despite the advancing years, and that's why we're now here and he's nearly 40.
Yes. Do you think he can do a job in the Premier League still?
I think if he's playing in the right sort of system, Chris, I just think with Jamie Vardy, if someone does want him next season, you're going to need to be in a 4-4-2 like we used to play, and he's going to have to be coming off it or something like that. And it's going to have limited, tactical ability perhaps for a team coming up. So it really depends for me. But maybe someone like an Everton or a West Ham, yeah, I can see it. I mean, West Ham have lost Ings, haven't they? So... Yeah, so I can see someone going for him. I think there's some value there in a year.
I just hope there's a couple of clubs I don't want him to go for. Forest, obviously, and I'm not totally anti-Forest. I've got a couple of Forest mates that we know. The Red Forest fan. Leeds are if he signs for Leeds, I am never going to mention his name again.
Oh, bless you. I don't think he'll sign for Leeds. He seems to be very thoughtful about this, Chris, because obviously the Wrexham rumour broke, didn't it? And it got shut down very quickly, which makes me think if there was going to be one championship team, it would have been Sheffield Wednesday, but they haven't got the money, have they? So it's not going to happen.
They haven't, but what he might do with Sheffield Wednesday is it's his club, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the chance to play one season for his club might just draw him to say, well, just pay me what you can.
But then if they want to settle in America, you want to get the visa, you've got to be there X amount of years. So you'll have to go now probably to go and get into America.
Yes, yeah. And I think, like you say, he did, although at some point he was sort of apologising to what he said to Wrexham fans when he was at Fleetwood, but he did shut those rumours down. And I think I've read somewhere that he doesn't want to play for the likes of Wrexham. A, he thinks he's got another season at the top level somewhere, and B, he doesn't want to play against Leicester.
Well, exactly, that's it. And ultimately, Chris, he's, like any footballer's career, he's on limited time now. So, it'll be a case of whatever offer is the best offer, taking into account either a base salary in England or a longer-term life potential somewhere else, maybe even Saudi Arabia for a bit, we don't know. Whatever works out the best balance is what will be. But obviously, he's got young children as well, so I don't think it'll probably be Saudi Arabia, I would imagine.
No. Madison doesn't even recognise us. I've seen him playing Stephen Hendry on Q-Tip, all about Spurs. He's at Spurs at the moment. Spurs are paying his wages. Can you imagine if you were a Spurs fan and he wasn't talking Spurs? You'd be a little bit pissed off. I'm sorry, no. Madison at no point. He didn't down tools. All right, you could argue that he wasn't playing at his best, but then who was that season? Did he do a Yuri Tielemans? No, he didn't. You know what I mean? He actually stayed at that sort of, he never asked for a move. He did not sign a new contract. So, and the same as Harvey Barnes. So I'm sorry, Gray, on that one I disagree with you. Congratulations to Palace. Oh, he died 40 years ago. You can't really have a word with him then, can you? Fair enough.
Bless him. I did wonder, Chris, but I didn't want to say it just in case. Just on James Maddison, the most backhanded compliment I can give James Maddison is I think he's ended up at exactly the right club from at Tottenham. Read into that what you will, but how I said it.
Yes, yeah. No, look, yeah, he's at Spurs. I mean, he's injured. He's out for the rest of the season.
He's a very Spursy player, isn't he? I'm afraid.
Yes, but it depends what questions he was being asked and what he doesn't go in. They don't go into these things completely saying like, well, we'll talk about anything. They'll go in with topics to discuss.
Yeah,
because they don't. The people that are paying for these podcasts don't want them to go on and talk about the weekly shopping. I get what you're saying, and I do get what you're saying, Gray. But like I say, right, score predictions. Now, interestingly, I say, I have got 5 points out of 3 matches so far. Carl has got 4. Brad and Wayne have both got 3. Now, in this game, Brad has gone 3-1 to Leicester. Wayne has gone 3-2 to Leicester.
Yeah.
Carl has gone 2-0 to Leicester. I have gone 2-2.
2-2. Interesting, Chris. You've gone for a Desmond on the biggest game of the year. Ooh.
Yes, I know. This is why I never gamble. But I've got to say, our last 3 outings against them. November 24, Ipswich 1, Leicester 1. January 24, Leicester 1, Ipswich 1. December 23, Ipswich 1, Leicester 1.
That's interesting. I thought we had a 2-2 in there, but they've all been 1-1s. I think the one before that was probably 2-2 then. Yeah, a lot of draws, Chris.
There is, which is what, and I just think, how often do you see when it's something big? People, other opposition. It's like with Nottingham Forest. If they'd have beaten us last week at the City Ground, they would still be looking at Champions League football. Yes, they've got European football, but it's out of their hands now. It's out of their hands. What do? We pissed on their party.
We did. Isn't that remarkable? It's the one little highlight of the season, the fact we managed to derail Forest. And I will say one thing, Chris. You remember at the start of the season when they were second in the league and they were going on the TV going, we're going to win the league. And I'm like, oh my God, guys, just keep your mouth shut, because if you are going to win the league, that's not the way you do it as an underdog. And look what happened. So in some ways, there's a bit of karma there, because they were getting a bit ahead of themselves at the start.
Yes, they were. But I just think I've gone for 2 because I think Vardy will put the team before he'll put himself. Yes, I know we're down, but if we get 17th rather than 18th, we will.
If we get 17th, we'll stay up, Chris, which would be remarkable. But if we get 18th, for Man City get a points deduction, then we might stay up.
I told you, look, I was 4 o'clock. I got to sleep this morning by the time I'd put the show to bed and everything.
Oh, bless you.
So leave me alone. Leave me alone,
Chris, hopefully that was a positive mess up, because that means Man City are going to get us points deduction. We'll finish 18th and then we'll get promoted. We'll stay up.
Yes, exactly.
And this whole season will be a complete waste of time.
We live in hope, don't we? We do live in hope. But look, if we finish 17th, it is extra millions pounds, obviously, a few million for getting that thing. But we would then at least be the best of the bottom 3. And when I look back at the league tables, I think, oh God, we finished 20th. We're finishing bottom. We came up as champions, and if we can beat them, then the thing is, they've got West Ham at home on the last day, so that might be an easy win for them. But let me give you some maths facts here. Yeah. Leicester are unbeaten in their last 10 home league games against Ipswich.
Wow.
Won 5, drawn 5 since a 2-1 loss in the second tier in December 2002.
That was that game where it was snowing, wasn't it? Do you remember it was snowing?
I remember that, yes.
Jason Scotland scored for Ipswich, You couldn't see the pitch,
The away side has never won in 7 previous Premier League meetings between Leicester and Ipswich. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, both Leicester and Ipswich have already been relegated from the Premier League. It is the third time they've gone down in the same campaign. We also did it in 94, 95 and 2001, 2002.
I was going to say the season we left Filbert Street, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. Leicester have lost their final home league game in 3 of the last 5 seasons. Oh, wow. Great. 1-2, lost 3.
Last year's was a hangover, to be fair.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Though they have won their last 2 such matches as Premier League side, 4-1 Southampton in 21-22 and 2-1 versus West Ham 22-23. Let's have a look. Ipswich won their final away league game of the 23-24 season against Coventry, but haven't done so in consecutive campaigns since 95-96. Leicester's 2-0 win against Southampton in their last home match ended a 9-game losing run at the King Power Stadium in the Premier League. Their last one consecutive home top-flight matches in May 2022. On top of all that, I never got your score prediction.
Well, Chris, I have gone for it today because I'm not sitting on any fence. I have gone for a resounding home win to end the season because we are having a party today. Cheers, everyone. 4-0 to Leicester City.
Wow. I only have
Vardy getting 1 goal.
I'm going to write Tom 4-0 to Leicester. Vardy 1 goal. Right, I'm going to put that up. Yeah. Then I can save it and come back to you.
Well, Chris, from the group, Chris, do you want to quickly mention what percentages we had or what people thought they were going to get?
Yes. Do go, yes.
We only had 10 people put a chat in, but thanks to anyone in the Facebook group. Go join it. Obviously, Leicester Till I Die Facebook group. Chris can give you all the information on that further. But we had 50% of the people think he's going to end on 200 today. We got 30% who think he'll have 201, and then 20% of 199, including you, Chris.
Interesting.
There's more people that think he'll get 2 rather than just none.
Well, save that thought. Remind me at half time. I think he'll get taken off before the 90th minute, though. I think he'll get taken off at the 89th minute or something.
Gives us a chance to say goodbye to Patson Daka as well on a quieter note.
Well, it does, but it will give him. And I'm sure there'll be celebrations after. But it will give him the chance to be sort of, have his own goodbye. Talking of goodbye. Thank you very much, Tom. I will see you at half time. I'm nervous, tense, nervous, headache. You bet it. I'll see you at half time, mate.
See you at half time. Cheers, guys. Enjoy it.
Hello, Matt Elliott here.
Hi, Alan Smith here.
Hey guys, Ian Hume here.
Hi everybody, Jerry Taggart here.
Be sure to watch
Chris and Leicester Till I Die TV
for all the latest Leicester City news and information.
You can also subscribe on YouTube and various social media channels
for the latest updates and news on Leicester City Football Club.
Come on, you foxes!
Come on, indeed. Let me just get the videos up ready. Sorry, Tom, I have kicked you out, but that's just so I can get some more things up. Video file. Talking about Jamie Vardy so much, of course. I'm found myself completely unready. Right, I am going to fit my ears in. I've just got this feeling that there's so much being put on today, the big Vardy goodbye and all that it's just prime time for Ipswich to come on and pop our balloons. I've gone for 2-2, but I do hope that he does get the 200. Remember, guys, if I ignore you, please don't be awful. Gray will be looking after the chat. Thank you very much, Gray, and any other mobs that are in as well. I'll probably be trying to concentrate on the game. Hi, Jim. How are you doing? George Hurst is fourth start. Only his fourth start of the season. Apparently, Tom's drinking Guinness Zero. Somebody was asking in the chat. I think that was more the fact you going for 4-0, mate. So, Ruud van Nistelrooy. Oh, we're looking at the end of him as well. Leicester City, blue shirts, blue shorts, blue socks. Ipswich Town, oh my, awful cyan tops, cyan shorts, and cyan socks. It's his last game. Just soak that in. When you're smiling, they're singing it. Somebody's holding up a goat number 9. Leicester, as they always do, will be kicking from left to right. Go for it, Jamie. And once a fox, always a fox. So many banners out for him. I mean, if he can score a goal in like the first couple of minutes. Hi, Vicky. How you doing? I know, Gray, unfortunately. Is there going to be Ipswich in their bright pink that are going to kick off? It's more cyan, and they're away. Are they going to pee on our party, Ipswich Town? This awful away pink strip. Mind you, I said that. I said that when Leicester bought a pink strip out. Ended up buying it, and I love it now. I even bought a matching hat. How sad is that of me? But here we go. 38 people in. Please smash that likes if you would be so kind. Andrew Kitchen is the referee tonight, or this afternoon. Cody to James. Justin. Ayer back to Cody. He's a long ball forward. Off Vardy's head. Forest already 1-0 up. They kicked off earlier. 47 minutes played there, not half time yet. West Ham United 0, Nottingham Forest 1. There's 2 3:00 kickoffs hours. Leicester Ipswich and Brentford Fulham. Arsenal will be kicking off at 4:30. They host Newcastle United. Arsenal, obviously another season where they haven't won anything. Sorry if there's any Arsenal fans in, but it's true. Right. Time for a sidder. Cheers, everybody. Thatchers, if you're watching and you want to sponsor me, always have a can of Thatchers for the match. So, Ipswich forward into the Leicester half. And they get a throw in just inside our half on the far side. Samari getting the boot in there. Samari, of course, today picked over. Cheers, Jim. Yes, a lot, Chick. I mean, if Mads does go, and I think he's going to be one of those we could actually... hi, Helen. How you doing? An up and over ball, Stolarczyk just watches it go out. It was aimed over for the Ipswich player, but they just couldn't quite get it in. I'm just trying to put the team up here for you guys. I'm not sure whether this will work or not. No. The moment, Ipswich just need more of the ball, but a lot of it's in their own half. Indeed, Leicester, it falls for Leicester. There we go. I think that works, doesn't it, guys? There we go. Phase. Sumare back to Phase. That's fair. I can say had a decent game. 15 header or 15 clearances last week. Got my man of the match. I have to say, you know, fair dues when a player deserves it. I know what you mean, Gray. Now they can break Ipswich. Turns indeedy well. Sumare. Number 3 here for Ipswich. In the post! His first shot hit the Leicester player. The second shot hit the post. We got away with one there. So, early warning there for Leicester City. Vardy pushed over there. Earns a free kick. Maybe that's what Ipswich are going to how Ipswich are going to stop him. Where's Morgan? Mark Albrighton, Kasper Schmeichel, and I think it's Danny Simpson. Sat there all in the stands watching, come back for his last game. That would have been good. Vardy couldn't quite, a bit too far ahead of him there, trying to stay on side. Ipswich down this left-hand side. Lovely ball through. Leif Davis. Oh, Clark nearly did it. Sumare there got a foot in, but then gave the ball away. At the moment, I have to say, it is all Morsey shoots and over. Leif Davis is causing us problems down the left-hand side. It was a lovely run, a lovely ball to find Davis. It was a lovely cross into the box. Thank you, Gray. Yeah, please do smash the like button. Leicester just got to try. Oh, Leicester win it there, given away. And we gave it back to them, and then we give them a throw-in. I think we just got... Oh, no, it's a Leicester throw. A little bit confused. Justin takes it. I think we've got to, soak this pressure up. Ipswich are going to come at us, hope to get that early goal. Spoil the party, like I say. Again, Ipswich easily cut out the Leicester strike. McAteer easily cuts that crossfield cross out. Leicester have it around the defence. Coming up to 10 minutes gone. Ipswich are, I'd say, on top at the moment, but they are holding Leicester. Ayew takes the ball. We might be relying a lot on him next season. Bit like a game of chess at the moment. McAteer from El Canoes played it well for Ayew, but Greaves made a good defensive tackle there for Ipswich. Yeah, Ayew's gonna. Well, I think we're going to rely on Ayew. I think he could be our main striker next season. I think Luke Thomas is coming over for his obligatory long throw. Cody's going up. Vardy's there as well. Faze is up also. Headed clear though. Only as far as McAteer. And now it's an up and under. James Justin should have this covered. And it ends up eventually back with Stelarczyk. 0-0. Touches it out to Cody, who gets it back to Stelarczyk. Don't like that. I just don't like that style of play. Oh, Luke Thomas couldn't keep the ball in. A good attempt to get to him, but it goes out. At the moment, it's certainly, like I say, if we check the Yeah, 55% possession at the moment to Ipswich. 3 shots to our 0. But I mean, you, as a Leicester fan, as a Leicester manager, you should be expecting this. With everything that's going on at the moment, the feeling around the club, you should be ready for the opposition coming to burst your bubble. Again, Ipswich. Oh, McAteer blocked the ball out for a throw-in halfway on the near side in the Leicester half. It's a good throw-in there. Leicester need to start closing these players down. It's booted back into the Ipswich half. At the moment, Ipswich are looking, unfortunately, Ipswich are looking pretty comfortable. It was an Ipswich player down. Hutchinson is down. Didn't look to be that bad, to be honest with you, but he's all over the place. Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable at all. It was right next to the edge of the pitch. He could have actually gone off the pitch. He's limping. Hutchinson is definitely limping. I think I read somewhere, of course, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce his name because I'll only butcher it, but the Nottingham Forest player that was put into an induced coma, I believe, is doing well. So, the commentator just said then that this could be Ndidi's last match because of his release clause. But we've got Bournemouth. I still say, what will happen if Vardy doesn't score here? I mean, and will he end on 199 or will he go to Bournemouth and hope to get a goal? I mean, if we can get the ball in the box, we're going to be able to be looking at Nigel Pearson is there. I have to say, looking reasonably well. Nice to see that. Good. I mean, Nigel Pearson had his health problems. Yeah, I don't think we'll see another story like this at all, to be honest with you. Story like this. Into the box for Ipswich. Ooh. Hurst with he's had the blonde dye out. Just that new dye, hair dye, just for footballers. That could have been dangerous. Nobody picking up O'Shea at the near post. Hurst, of course, he's going to score. He's playing against his old club. Ayew now from El Canoes. Turns with it. Gives the Ipswich players a chance to get back, though. Out to Justin on this near side. Finds McAteer on the edge of the pitch. he tried to get the ball in or get another chance. He came off an Ipswich fan. Justin, Ndidi, up into the box, but it comes off a player. And you know, if we get nothing into the arms of Palmer in the Ipswich goal, if we get 9 million for Ndidi, snap his hands off. I think, unfortunately, he is coming to the end of his days, as is, I've got to say, Ricardo. Oh, went to Steve Walsh, apparently, I don't know if you're listening to the same as me, asking to go back on loan to Fleetwood when he first came to Leicester because he was struggling. Steve Walsh said no, thankfully. I know he was talking about wanting to go to being a holiday rep abroad. Now, Ayu. Jamie Vardy's away! No! Vardy was forced too wide. Ayu was the ball through. He could have played it back to McAteer. But he went for the shot and it was side netting. Yeah, they're just saying then. Leicester very much here to fight the party. Free kick to Leicester. Jordan Ayew. Look, that's what we said he was going to do. Look, I was critical of Jordan Ayew when we first bought him. He gets you free kicks there, breaks the game up, gets us a free kick in a good position. When he's played in the centre, as he is now, obviously just behind, did they call it that false nine position? He's absolutely brilliant. Just don't play him on the wings, Rude. Elkanous is over it. Luke Thomas is over it. Luke Thomas, what a redemption season he's had. Got a couple of shows coming up after the Bournemouth game. One will sort of be comparing league positions to me. And we'll also be looking, because Brad and me, obviously, when Cooper left, we rated all the players. So is it going to be Elkanous? Is it going to be Luke Thomas? Will Vardy get his head on the end of it? 21 minutes gone. Referee blows his whistle. So Elkanous chips it in. Oh, Vardy! Side netting. The commentator says steady on. It's side netting. I didn't know whether it was going to be a penalty or not. Ooh. Side netting from the free kick. I'm just wondering if, like I said before, last week, Vardy against Forest could have possibly had a goal. No saying he would have scored. Passed it to Brenetti, who did. Passed it to Monga, who didn't. And obviously stayed on 199. I'm just wondering today, is he going to try too hard when maybe, like with his first chance there, McAteer was free? So Ipswich, obviously, as I said earlier, at home to West Ham. Of course, we are away at Bournemouth. Forest still leading West Ham 1-0. I've gone 2-0. Come on, Forest. Second half, 2 minutes in, get a second goal for me. Can't rely on Forest. So it's a throw into Leicester on the far side, taken short. But we've lost the ball. And what could be a dangerous position? Hutchinson is offside. And well done, Mr. Linesman, assistant referee, whatever you want to call yourself. All right, then, no problem, of course, Jeff. Hi, Jeff. I'm sure Jeff will look after the chat if you do have to go. Just let us know that you're leaving. I'm sure Jeff will take over. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting a blue rinse. I don't think Delap would come to us. If he's going to go down, I think Ipswich have got a better chance of coming back up with their squad. A lot of Championship players from when they were there last season they bought. But I think if he's going to stay in the Championship, he'll stay with Ipswich. He won't. I don't think he'll come to Leicester. Ipswich haven't got PSR problems. Oh, a huge cross there from Ipswich. Oh, Leif Davis crossed the ball over, and then Hutchinson missed it out. It was he took it so. That should have gone in. Oh my God! John Rudkin sat next to Top. He's got Susan Whelan behind him. I think he'll be quite happy that he's going to be having a day off from the chance today. John Rudkin. Brentford 1, Fulham 1. Only 29 minutes gone there. I've gone 2-1 to Brentford, so Cole's gone 2-2, so he's doing well at the moment. West Ham United 0, Nottingham Forest 1. West Ham United, how's it going with Mr. Harry Potter there? Best to have it. A long ball over the top for Jamie Vardy, but the goalkeeper comes out well, right to the edge of his box to clear it. Jack Clark from Davis. Ipswich coming forward again. Fast cuts it out, but the bad ball is behind Vardy. Oh, Clark slips. James Justin comes away. Got Jamie Vardy. Can Jamie Vardy do this? Yes, it's goal number 200 for Jamie Vardy. 27 minutes gone. He lifts the corner flag. It's 1-0 to Leicester. That man Vardy's getting it. Oh, it was meant to be. It was meant to be. Oh, 1-0 Ipswich, but more importantly, 200 goals to Jamie Vardy. He's getting the congratulations, and not just Cody, but everybody. El Canoose is hugging him. 1-0, Jamie Vardy. I mean, I didn't think he was going to get that. I did not think he was going to get that. I thought he'd maybe taken it too wide, but you never know with Jamie Vardy. There, of course, will be a VAR check. James Justin with the assist. Could have got on himself, took it aside. Oh, the goalkeeper was stranded. The goalkeeper, I think, was going to go to his left. Vardy played it to his right. James Justin did well. James Justin did well with the assist. He won the ball. Vardy gets 200 goals. Oh, didn't you just know it? Didn't you just know it was going to happen? I said it wouldn't, which obviously meant it would. Here we go.
Go! Back of the net.
Yeah, they're saying they can take him off now. What a goal. What a goal. Just perfect. Yeah. Absolute leg end. Totally. And it was a great tackle and a great pass by James Justin. I'll say hi to my neighbour. I probably upset her. I'm a bit loud with me. I've got to have the window open. It's so hot. Hiya, Carol. I don't know if she can hear me or not. Kyle, hiya. I mean, everybody's going mad. Everybody's going mad. And quite rightly as well. Wow. 1-0. 1 bloody 0. Io's coming forward. He can shoot. Side netting. Oh, this is added to the party atmosphere. Tom's 4-0 is still on. Hiya, Naldo. Welcome, mate. Have you got a few players over there in Brazil we can borrow? Hello, mate. Hiya, dog. How you doing? Written in the stars. Maybe, just maybe. The first corner of the game and it goes to Leicester City. 3 shots, 1 corner each. We've had 4 shots. They've had 6. This corner, come on, Vardy. He's being marked by Hutchinson, I think it is. Oh, fast didn't quite get on the end of it. It went a bit loose. When you're smiling. Everybody's saying hi to everybody else in the chat. And quite right as well. Oh, the check-in. The check-in. Is it a possible penalty here? 32 minutes. He does throw McAteer to the ground. No, it's play on. No penalty. Suppose we can't be that lucky. Naldo. You're more than welcome along, mate. More than welcome along. Palmeiras, what sort of season are they having? I've got to be honest with you, don't follow Brazilian football. I hope you are having a very, very, very good season. Let's have a look. I think you're playing later. Oh, you're top of the league. You're top of the league. You've only played 8 games, but you're top of the league. Who wins a free kick again? Played 8, won 6, drawn 1, lost 1, scored 9, conceded 3, 19 points, clear above Flamengo by 2 points. Well done there to Naldo. Maybe we need to start following the Brazilian team. What do you think, guys? One 0. Jamie Vardy described himself as a pest. I mean, that's an understatement, isn't it? Somebody, I can smell some nice food. Who's got nice food? That's very tempting, that food. I had my takeaway yesterday, so I can't have another one today. Can't afford that. But we are going to miss Jamie Vardy. Like I say, last week, he was, he helped Buonetta, he tried to help Monga. I'm going to miss his shithousery as well. Leicester come away again. Samare holds on to the ball. Now, when he does that, when he gets the ball and he runs forward like that, a lovely ball out to the far side. Keeps the ball. Well done, Thomas. Oh, wasn't quite on for El Canoes. Oh, that's a free kick to Ipswich. Have they, Jeff? Have they indeed? Well, they've had a good start to the season. I suppose that Southern Hemisphere, their season is the opposite way round to us. Now they get on with the World Cups and what have you then. Still Forest 1, West Ham 0, Brentford 1, Fulham 1, and of course Leicester 1, Ipswich Town 0. Looking at the table, Leicester now 3 points ahead of Ipswich Town. We're on minus 46, they're on minus 43. If we do go on a goal fest and win 4-0, like Tom said, that would help us next week. I'd love to finish 18th. Love it. Love it. Best of the bottom 3. In fact, you've got Leicester in 18th, Ipswich in 19th, Southampton in 20th. That would be how... That would be how we all got promoted, of course. Southampton have played today, of course. They lost 2-0 to Everton. Oh, somebody is cooking some lovely food. It smells some lovely food. Maybe they'll take pity on me and bring me a plate of food round. Vardy tried to play it out to Luke Thomas. It's a throw in though. Oh no, it's still on the pitch. I couldn't see the ball. On this near side now for Ipswich. Davis. Oh, Samara. That was only got the ball, Mr. Ref. There is a free kick there. Won by Clark for Ipswich. So what Leicester did, you see that they withheld the pressure which they had to. Free kick. Up into the far side. Oh, booted clear there by by that man Vardy. Justin and loses out. He blocked the ball well, but then he lost out. He's falling over. He's got to be careful. Samara Nini, so just sticking his foot out there, putting the Ipswich player off. They're now on the far side of the box. Still can't get the cross in. The ball goes in. Oh, the deflection, corner. So, corner to Ipswich. I believe their first one of the game. Plays it short to the edge of the box to number 9 for Ipswich. El Canoe's kept him busy. Let's hope we can hold on to him. Hutchinson's not having a bad game for Ipswich, I've got to be honest with you. Oh, nice turn. Nice turn to get the ball away from Ayew. Leif Davis again. Oh! Davis again. He's just leaving Justin. He's getting past Justin. They should have probably got 2 goals here, Ipswich. Ten more years. Laudo, I mean, oh, Gray, you are a gentleman, sir. You might have to tempt me into a takeaway now. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. Biker lads, we're not going to come 17th unless Man City somehow get a points deduction. I can't see it though. Hi, Craig. I presume it's Craig from Up the Cherries in all departments. Of course, we're playing them next weekend. He's just said, thank God Vardy isn't playing against us next week. I wish he was, to be honest with you. Ipswich have got a decent game against West Ham. They could probably win that. We've got you guys, Bournemouth. Mind you, you don't turn up for last games of the season, do you, Bournemouth? Great. I'm going to say thank you for your support and your gifts all season. Very, very much appreciated. the moment, since that sort of initial burst after the goal, Ipswich have come back into the game. But Ipswich still have a better XG than we have. 54%. So, Leif Davis's left foot. Can this cause problems for Leicester just before half-time? We know we like to concede a goal just before half-time. No, Hurst, I mean, he got his head on it, Hurst. I think I think he's got springs on his head because that went just straight up. Straight up. Really do appreciate it. Well, I don't know. What? You're dropping out of Europe, unfortunately. Then we get towards the end of the season. I will be doing my predictions versus actual positions, as well as mine and Brad's season player review. Yeah, very true. There's a lot of sort of touching going on in the box. The referee takes his time to speak about it, and then it just carries on again. Anyway, it's headed up. It's an up and it's head tennis at the moment. Now, Casey McAteer. Can Leicester counter-attack? El Canoes! Oh, just too hard. So it's just 1 minute of stoppage time that we're going to have. James Justin. Not particularly rushing with the throw. Well, half-time, 1-0 to Leicester. That man Vardy. What can we say? All I will say is that we will be back. I'm just going to go and water the plants. That food that I can smell from next door is absolutely killing me. But we will be back with the half-time analysis.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel now and make sure you never miss another upload. Leave a like now. Ring the bell and never miss another video.
Oh, let me get Tom in. I thought I had done.
The wig's back. Is that because Wick nearly scored, mate?
Well, can I say, if it was a little bit higher, he might have done. Oh, my God. Hey, I said Vardy would stay on 199, didn't I?
You did, mate. Yeah, so you talked us into it, didn't you, in a good way. So well done to you, mate. I mean, the first one, that he should have scored, I was thinking this is the problem this year, right? He's rusty because he hasn't really even got going this year. But the second time round, he got it done, mate, and that's the main thing. And irrelevant of anything else, because it's a really Van Nistelrooy Leicester performance, isn't it? We're winning and Vardy scored. That's all that matters.
It is. And look, I've got to say, on that first attempt, I thought he should have passed it into McAteer. I think, I said last week he was being very generous with his passes and what have you. This week, I think I could see that he was trying for it. And look, I'm not blaming him. We're down, whatever. But last week I was impressed with this is bloody itching. Last time I was impressed with. I have got a whole new respect for my daughters now.
I can't wait to see you on Eurovision next year, Chris. I want to know what the song's going to be.
What the hell just happened? No point. What a bloody Europe! I hate Europe.
That'll be an upgrade on our normal score, mate.
Well, and then look. I forgot what was I saying now.
Yeah. We're talking about Jamie Vardy's selfishness and selfishness.
Yeah, but I can say I kind of get it. I didn't think he'd get that goal.
No, you didn't, mate. No, it's interesting, though, because I thought with the first one, it wasn't a matter for me about the pass or the shot. He just took too long about it, didn't he? If he was going to pass or if he was going to shoot, he needs to do it earlier, and he would have either put in McAteer or he would have scored earlier. But it doesn't matter now, mate, does it? I bet the second half now we'll just see him laying balls off everywhere, and I'm hoping for that 4-0, like I said, mate, because it's the final day for Jamie Vardy. He doesn't want to leave today with a draw, does he? Come on.
You called it. You said 4-0 with Jamie Vardy to get one. I went 2-2 with Jamie Vardy to get one. And I have to say, just to go through, Everton 2, Southampton 0. That was the early kickoff. West Ham 0, Nottingham Forest 2. Oh my God!
Yeah.
No, hang on! Don't get excited. Do not touch that button. I went West Ham United, Nottingham Forest 2. End it now. Blow that final whistle. 76 minutes gone in that game. Brentford 2, Fulham 1. And that's half time, and I went 2-1 to Brentford. No more goals there. Everything's offside. VAR. Come on. And of course, I did go for a 2-2 Leicester Ipswich. Does it really, really matter now what the scoreline is? Because he's got his goal.
I do. I think he wants to win his last game for Leicester, Chris, doesn't he? His last game at home as well. That really ties up the whole thing, especially on a season where wins are hard to come by, And we can still see it today, really. We're lacking that quality, aren't we? Even Ipswich are lacking quality. I mean, the two of us look like we're not really Premier League teams, and we're not anymore, are we? But,
no.
But still, I still think it is important for us to win this game for Jamie Vardy. I think that's whole part of today in completing the whole package and the whole party properly.
I've got to say, Jim there, this is what I've been hiding under my hat. I think this will be a things we learned today. I think I might make Jim's list here.
Oh, my word. I could make some dodgy jokes now, mate, about what your blooming wax lady have had to have done for you back in the 70s, but I'm not going to go there.
Well, I've got a Brazilian in, and then this is as far from a Brazilian as you can...
You've got a Belgian going on there, mate. That's what we call a Belgian, isn't it?
It is.
That's our new one, guys. That's a Belgian do.
Look, 6 minutes in, Ipswich hit the post, and you're suddenly thinking, shit. And they could have had 2 more after that.
They could have, yeah. James Justin once again at right back, wasn't it? A little bit. He seems to be falling over a lot today as well. I'm not sure he's got the right studs on, or if the pitch is too wet for him. But there's been discussions with Rude and players about boots they're wearing behind the scenes before, hasn't there? So that's a bit interesting. But yeah, no, he's very dangerous, Leif Davis, and obviously Ipswich are happy to soak back and get nice and tight. And he is the one that will come forward, and he's got a hell of a boot on him, as we know, as we saw earlier in the season and last year as well. So no, it was well dealt with, really, in the circumstances. I thought, mate, we got away with it.
Yeah. I've put here, at 40 minutes, Leif Davis. And look, we know he's a good player. He'll get a good move to a Premier League team next season. And if you just bear with me 1 second, I'm just going to have to do this because it's fucking itching like nobody's business.
That's why Root has so many problems, I'd imagine.
I think, well, what Root's got and I haven't is a headband, of course. You know, that's where I've gone wrong. I've just put here 40 minutes just in being roasted down that right-hand side.
Yeah, he has been, mate. Yeah, ironically, the only thing he contributed once again is going forward, isn't it? And I've said this year about Justin. He scored a lot of goals from right back, but don't ask him to defend as part of that system.
No.
You know, but he has contributed going forward there. Maybe that's why Rude keeps going for him. But then going back to Koulibaly, he was doing a bit of that, wasn't he, before he got dropped? So,
and Justin got I feel a bit sort of like because I mean Justin got the assist.
Well, exactly. That's it, isn't it? So it's like when Akoli had that real 5 or 6 out of 10 game against Brighton, but he kind of raised his game by getting a goal and contributing going forward. And mate, still going forward, we still don't look very good at all, do we? Really, we look like we're lacking ideas. Even on the counter, we don't seem to really truly know what we're doing.
I have to say, in that first half, overall, I mean, the BBC do a really good thing now. Excuse me, where they show a graph view of who's had the touches during the game. Yeah. And I have to say it is 80% away, Ipswich, very little Leicester. But of course, the only stat that matters is the 1-0. Of course it is. But I said at the start, Ipswich came out and they wanted to piss on our party.
They did, definitely, mate. They wanted to come out and show a good account for themselves, and they've not changed all season. They've come with the same standard. And then I look at this, mate, in today's game, looking at next season, and like they're happy to get back in defending numbers. And in the Championship next year, we're going to have to come up against a lot of teams like this. And it does make me wonder about Rude, as we know, because, I do think we're very toothless going forward. I really do. I mean, Vardy's had to work hard to get that goal today.
He has. We've got 5 points in the last 5 games before this, and we had 4 points in the previous 16.
Yeah, it's a massive change, isn't it? I mean, it goes back to what Craig was saying about maybe keeping on Van Nistelrooy in his mind. He was preaching for it, wasn't he? He was advocating for it in one of the weekly shows you had last week. But I still don't know, mate. I still think going forward, as soon as we come up against someone who's going to put backs against the wall, we're going to really struggle.
Well, thankfully, we're in a lower league. No disrespect to those teams, but it is a lower division. AU side netted, not having a bad game. Ipswich again close, deflected for a corner. Ipswich again, they look the more likely, don't they? But like you say, looking at that graphic there, they may look the most likely. They ain't got the goal.
No, they haven't. They look most likely to score from a set piece, don't they? I mean, I think set pieces are where we're going to have to really knuckle down and defend hard here, and then we're hopefully going to have opportunities on the counter ourselves, Chris. Because when they're back defending, I don't think we're finding it that easy to get through. So it's going to turn into one of those games where they're going to win set pieces second half, and we're going to have to try and counter attack them. And it will be which one of us succeeds at defending the set piece or countering better.
I just wonder if Ipswich would be as attack-minded as they are. And they have. I know they've been probably the best of the 3 teams down there that came up. But because there's so much riding on it for Leicester, look, we've got Pearson there, we've got Morgan, we've got ex-players there. That surely, like I say, it's giving them the thing that they want to piss on the party. And I think that's maybe giving them that little bit.
Yeah, that little bit of that bite to them, to make it a contest. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, mate, Ipswich are always like this, irrelevant if there's anything on the line or not. And I think that's the job McKenna's done with them. That's why he's the only one of us in the bottom 3 who's going to retain his job, throughout the entire way, because the discipline has stayed exactly the same, hasn't it?
Yeah. Look, it says there, I don't think we can say anything else other than that man Vardy. Jim said, yes, we want the win. It does matter. If we get that 4 goals that you've said, we actually, going into the last game, we've only got to better Ipswich's result to finish 18th. Is it just me, or just finishing 18th really means a lot to me this season?
It does to me, Chris, because I think at a point earlier in the season, we were arguably either the 19th or the worst team at one point, where Southampton tried to have a little bit of a flare up for a couple of weeks, and it all came tumbling in on itself, didn't it? But yeah, I think it would actually be, in the small aim of things, it'd be quite a relatively decent achievement to end up getting back above Ipswich in the circumstances, because they've been much more consistent, I think. But we've all been consistently bad, ultimately. We're all relegated.
Yeah, no, it would be. It would. I'd love it if we could get a go. The XG though, Ipswich are still above us on the XG, 0.47 to us, 0.66 to them, and touches in the box, 4 to us, 11 to Ipswich. But look, they've had 8 shots, double ours, but they haven't had one on target yet. They are sort of, I mean, that header from who's the ex-Leicester player? Hurst, that header just went straight up. I'm going to have to end it there. The players are coming out. Vardy's still on. I will see you at full time, mate.
Yep, let's do this. 3 more goals, guys, to not make me look silly in my prediction. Come on.
I'll take 3 more goals, 2 each.
Oh, no. 4-0, Chris. Come on. Anyway, see you at full time.
Oh, I still want the points in the prediction league. See you later, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. So, it's 1-0 to Leicester. Jamie Vardy has got his 200th. No changes. Leicester are going to kick off. Leicester playing right to left now. Referee having a word with Mr. Vardy, who's all smiles, and he has every right to be. And Jamie Vardy will be kicking off, captain, scorer, and kicking off the second half. Welcome back, Prashant. You missed the goal. You missed the goal. I mean, like I say, look, it's easy. It is a case of you can only play what's in front of you. But Ipswich have looked dangerous. Like I say, 8 shots to our 4, but they haven't got one on target. We have, and that's the one that matters, 1-0. Look, and we know Leicester are susceptible to the break early in the second half, and we give away a free kick straight away. And the first book in there, 45 minutes, 45 seconds, a yellow card for McAteer. Oh, Hurst. Starting the second half, pretty much the way they started the first half. Goes out for a goal kick to Leicester. Good defending there by Samare. Oh, sorry, Ndidi. From a distance, with my eyes, the throw in for Leicester on the far side. Leicester enjoying a little spell of possession. What they do with it, though, it matters. So Larcher's had to come a long way out to get that back past. Faze. McAteer. Faze. Solarczyk had to be really good with that clearance. She was. It's a foul. Ayew goes down. Very true. She's there now. All the Leicester fans. It's a bit of a strange thing that they got what they wanted for. Yes, I forgot to say happy birthday, Gray, for earlier on in the week. I saw that and then I got distracted. I can't say last Sunday. It was a bit of a belated Prezi. Well done, sir. Happy birthday to you. Can I send a greeting to Mexico? I certainly can. I can't put your other comment up because we only put the comments up in English and I don't read Spanish, so I don't know what that is. But yeah, hello everybody in Mexico. And if you're in Mexico and you're also a Leicester City fan, respect to you. I like Mexico. I've been to Acapulco. I always like Mexico in the World Cup. They always seem to get to like the quarters and that sort of stage. I do like Mexico. But hello, Mexico. Yeah, sorry I missed that one. Tom kept me talking, Gray. That's why I missed it. Now, Ipswich coming forward down this near side. Plays it into the centre. Oh, bad ball. But McAteer couldn't keep hold of it. It's come back to this near side. Again, played into the middle for Ipswich. Back out to this near side. Oh, again, another effort by Ipswich from Anisisco, the number 9. But it is straight into Solarczyk hands. Took the time building that one up, Ipswich, but they did get the shot off at the end. Oh, Ipswich coming forward into the box, looking for a chance. No, he's had to go all the way across the box to try and get a shot off. They haven't got it away yet, Leicester. Samare finally boots it clear, but Ipswich have it back. Coming forward. There's a throw in. Solarczyk not with a good clear there. I'd love some tacos, please, Axel. Sri Lanka. You know what? I'd love India, Sri Lanka to go on holiday, but I can't stand it too hot. That's my problem. Offside by Leicester, is it? I'm not sure what's gone on there. I think he went out of play, actually. Justin going to take the throw in again. Bit of a wasted throw, but no, Leicester have it back. Poked out to Thomas. Plays it upfield, but again he's played it away. Thomas gets there, but it's out. I haven't had Mexican for a long, long time. Probably when I was in Mexico. I did like Acapulco. I am going back 30 odd years though, so no free kick. The Ipswich player went down. Can Leicester break now? El Canoes on this near side, just inside the Leicester halfway line. Ball's played up for Jordan Ayew. Found a bit of pace there. El Canoes. Oh, he goes past two. It's in. Oh, it's cleared. Header cleared away by Ipswich. It was a nice chip in there by El Canoes. Yeah, I think it'll probably be too hot for me, Prashant. Now Ipswich come away. Played out to the far side. They do know that they can get some joy against James Justin. They can't get it away. It's a shot and it goes wide. And Cisco. Leicester are getting numbers back. You're getting numbers back quicker in this game, I feel. It's all too little too late, though. That's the problem. 51 of you in. Please smash that likes, guys. It's free, doesn't cost you anything, and it really does help the channel. 350 quid a year to put this out live. £1.99 a month if you want to become a subscriber. If you want to become a member, it's free to subscribe, free to smash the likes. You know, it helps the channel. It gets us promotion the more likes we get, and it's free. I pay nearly £500 a year out to put all this together. You can't spare a like. Good tackle there by El Canoes. Leicester playing themselves into trouble though. Cody. We haven't got it clear yet. Hello, Carol. Oh, my neighbour can't see me. It's a goal kick to Leicester. Do you know what? I was down when I was there. It was around that time when that was a hit, and the dance floor was empty, and they put on that, and the dance floor filled. The dance floor filled. I actually had 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks in Acapulco for two of us. £14. Jeff, you know, I'd take the invite, mate. I'd take the invite, but it's never coming. I know, mate. Going loco down in Acapulco. Excuse me, Leicester here. Just holding on to the ball a bit. Taking the sting out of the game. Back to Stolarczyk. Boots it upfield. Almost gets it to the halfway line. So Leicester throw-in, though. Came off an Ipswich head. Got a bit quiet, I have to say. So, I mean, the longer it had gone on, excuse me, the longer it went going on, I think and without Jamie scoring, it would have gone a bit like squeaky bum time. Cody now. He'll play it to FaZe on this left-hand side. He plays it out to Luke Thomas. El Canoes has played it forward, sorry, from El Canoes. Leicester keep hold of it with Ayew. Sumare now. Oh, Ayew just tried to click it on, but Leicester keep control of it. They've kept hold of the ball. There's a lot of Ipswich players back. Oh, so out for throw-in. Luke Thomas couldn't get the ball across. But they do have a lot of players back, Ipswich. Bright pink strip, I still can't get used to it. Jamie Vardy's blue and white army ringing her out round the KP. It was an Ipswich throw-in. Nearly lost it, but they can break here. Down that far side. Justin's covering. Comes inside, though, into the middle of the pitch. Ayew just holds them up, but they go around him. Into the box. Oh, FaZe got his foot in. Got to say, fair play to Ayew. Ayew is having a good game. Look, I know Jamie Vardy's going to get man of the match. Everybody's going to give that to him. But Ayew is having a really good game. Ipswich with a chance, but Stolarczyk gets a bit of luck. Out FaZe. Jordan Ayew. Forward. Casey McAteer on the far side. Runs into the box. Plays it! Oh, and it's a shot. Straight at the goalkeeper. Yeah, we've had a few warnings. Indeedy. To Samare. El Canoes. Luke Thomas. Oh, it was just a little bit too hard for him, for Luke Thomas. Otherwise, he was in. I think for me to do it, I think is a little bit. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that myself because I'm asking for money for me, if you like, to run the channel. I get your point. Oh, McAteer shot again. It's been cheaper than therapy. Maybe I should become a therapist. There's money in that, isn't there? Now Ipswich now. They've only got 2 players up. Oh, Hutchinson, it hits a Leicester defender, takes the sting out of it, and it runs into Stolarczyk hands. Is that a couple of scares, Stolarczyk? Oh. McAteer! Oh, it's hit the post! Oh, my good God! That's 3 shots in less than 3 minutes. That's 3 shots he's had. Substitutes. Justin is off. So Ricardo's 150th appearance. And Monga comes on. Not sure who went off there. Ayew. Which I think is a bit unfair because Ayew very much close up to my man of the match. So the free kick to Leicester on the near side. If Monga can score, Monga on the ball. Holds on to it well. George Hurtig. Oh, good save. Richard, sorry, mate, I've only just seen this. You've put it on an old video, so I wouldn't have seen this if I hadn't just come on to check something. I've got to say hi to you, to Seren. Is that your daughter, Seren? Have I pronounced that right? Oh. No foul on Ipswich. Leicester come forward. Vardy on this far side. Oh, and he loses it. He loses it. That's a shame. That was a good break. Oh, no, please, Gray. No, don't. Nobody wants to see that. I'm not sure even Vicky wants to see it grey. Thing is, at your age, Gray, if you are going streaking, you don't want somebody coming up and saying, don't know what you're wearing, mate, but it needs ironing. Monga, 93 on the back of his shirt. It was coming! It was coming! 2-0. McAteer. Oh, what a smash. What a smash. That has got to wrap it up surely for Leicester. 2-0. I don't mind not getting 3 points in the prediction league. That goal has been coming. Let's have a look. El Canoes. Touch from Ndidi. Brilliant. Oh, it's a lovely move. Wow. Come on, we're going to have to celebrate this, aren't we? Another 2 goals. Another 2 goals at home. What the hell is going on, everybody?
Go! Back of the net.
2-0. What? Where has this been all season? Changes coming for Ipswich. He has. I think it was Jim. Four changes for Ipswich. Is he going to get booked here, Thomas? I mean, the pressure's off, isn't it? The pressure's off. That's the thing. Yeah, McAteer. Not sure if he's got. I think it was from Luke Thomas. He didn't get booked for that, as far as I can see. West Ham United 1, Forest 2, Brentford 2, Fulham 2. Fuck you, Fulham. Leicester 2, Ipswich 0. Monga had a chance to break there, but it was cut out. It's a little bit too far ahead of him. Wayne has just gone and got, and Brad's, both of them have gone and got 3 points as it stands with West Ham, because it was 1-2 in the end. Monga can't get. He's got 2 or 3 players on him every time he gets near the ball, Monga. Tell you what, at the moment, it's a good week in the Premier League. Fulham have gone 3-2 up against Brentford. Oh, wow, this could be the first game where nobody gets any points. Forest is in, True Red. How do, mate? How are you doing? So just to confirm there, 71 minutes. Kay just was off for, Taylor. Yeah, Kay just was off for Taylor. Clark off for Broadhead. And Isco off for Chaplin. And Hurst off for Delap. So gone very attacking Ipswich. Might be too late now, though. 74 minutes gone. And if we have a look at the table, looking very good. We are on minus 45. Ipswich are on minus 44. One more goal will do it. One more goal will pull us level. Come on, Leicester, get a third. Oh, it's a corner to Leicester. So Jake Evans and Monga sharing the award, Player of the Season for the development squad. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to get injured for school tomorrow. Monga chipped into the box. Oh, easy enough for the goalkeeper from Ipswich Town. Offside there for Ipswich. Of course you are, Jeff. We want 3, indeed we do, Gray. Thank you very much, James. Indeed, keep doing that. Jim, probably. He went 4-0. I went 2-2, which in fairness is still on. Just giving the ball away there, Leicester. Yeah, it is in your hands, though. Depends what everybody else. We've still got teams to play. Newcastle, Brighton, and Bournemouth have all still got to play. Red. Ooh. 77 minutes. I mean, Ipswich have had their chances. Oh, Pierre, a lovely touch there. 1-2 with himself almost. Oh, didn't quite get the ball though there, El Canoes. I got to think, is it worth looking at bringing Brenette on? Just to add some spice? And as I say that, McAteer is off for Jake Evans. Blows a kiss to the crowd. Vardy for Daka. The crowd giving him the applause he deserves. Jamie Vardy, thank you very much for everything you have done for us. Every player, they're giving him a Vardy gets, what do they call it? A guard of honour. The ex-players there all applauding him. I mean, it's been said before whether they should do that. During the game, the players go up. He's hugging Brenette, saying, stay here next season, mate. That was a nice touch. Nice touch. And fair play to the referee for letting it go. Was it Lampard or was it Terry who got one at Chelsea? Oh, Monga, he took a lovely touch, got taken down. I think the referee looked at possibly playing on. Could Daka get a goal now? Yeah, bye-bye, goat. It was Terry, wasn't it? Yeah, thank you. There was a lot of controversy when that happened. Oh, lovely ball to Luke Thomas on this side. Oh, it wasn't a very good ball for Monga. It had been a little bit better. He'd have been well onto that and probably open up a shot at goal. Cody, over to Wout Faes. Oh, Delap and Thomas there having a go at each other. No other referee was having a talk. Don't think there's any yellow cards issued. Monga's off! Monga's free! Oh! I've run out of paper. Don't you just have a nice, quiet last 8 minutes or so? He's back to still Archie with the boot up. Oh. Well in there from El Canoose. Well in. No, Kyle. She was watering her plants. What was Gray's streaking promise? Guys, if you do want to support the channel, there's another way you can do it. Like I say, $1.99 a month to be a member, or as Gray has very kindly done there earlier, super chat, £5. It all does help and help the running of this channel. Which, look, I know I'm not the biggest, probably not the best. I'm very much, this is like a hobby, but it's a very expensive hobby. Long ball over there for Ipswich. Couldn't keep it in, and it went out for throw in. On the far side, right down close to the corner flag. You are most welcome, Yvonne. Ah, that was it. Yeah. Yeah. Cheese omelettes and energy drinks. Yeah, what a combination. The lap was held back probably by El Canoose. 85 minutes gone. That was Pierre that pulled him back. Oh, Cody wasn't sure whether Still Archie was coming for that or not and had to boot it, but it's straight to an Ipswich player. There is another substitute coming on. Indeed, he heads it clear, but only as far as another Ipswich player. No, that's all right, Prashant. Don't worry, appreciate it, mate. Yeah, it would have been nice if he stayed another season. Maybe if he stayed another season, who knows in the Championship. But I think he probably would he be any better if this manager stays? Would he have got the chances then? Oh, it's gone out for a goal kick, and so this should be chance for a substitute here. Indeed, he is off. Jamie Vardy's wife, Rebecca. Indeed, he's walking off. He's getting an applause as well. He's getting the applause from the fans and applause from the players. Skip is coming on. And there's been an Ipswich change while that's been going on as well. I mean, he had a great season under Enzo, obviously. I mean, Jamie. I mean, it would. Last 4 games all featured a goal in the 88th plus minute. Monga's having a good game. El Canus. Monga. Oh, El Canus. Oh. A good City move there. Was it Daka that went down there? Oh, El Canus slipped. I do hope you're right, John. Oof. Will be checked, of course. Dead on the 90th minute. Four minutes of injury time. We need to bring injury time back, don't we? Yeah, we haven't got this automated VAR. No goal. It stays 2-0. One more goal would make the last game of the season very interesting if Leicester can get it. They get a free kick. Or does it gone to Ipswich? I think it's gone to Ipswich, actually. Wow. He was offside. Half a body offside. Cody defends it very, very easily there. That said, we still haven't got it away yet. Monga. Had a good game since he's come on. I don't think we'll be getting the official performance ratings and man of the match. I think there'll be too much going on. Ipswich. Ooh. Cody heads it away. Cody's having a good game. Well, if the Gasman can hold off for 4 minutes, Gray. Ooh. Ferreira gets it away that time. Ipswich. Oh, Daka did well there. Oh, Monga. So what a late run. It's not an emergency, is it? You can't smell gas, Gray, I hope. That was out for Ipswich. Leicester probably just going to run the clock down. We've had the 4 minutes. Yeah, I'd like to say El Canoes, Mavadidi, Fatawu behind an AU holding the ball up. I think would be excellent front four. Throw into Ipswich. It's finished. It's all over. Full time. Leicester City 2, Ipswich Town 0. And we'll be back with the post-match reaction straight after I've been and had a nibble. I'm not saying who I'm nibbling. That, of course, would be saying too much. 2-0 to Leicester. We'll be back after this.
Hello, Matt Elliott here.
Hi, Alan Smith here.
Hey guys, Ian Hume here.
Hi everybody, Jerry Taggart here.
Be sure to watch
Chris and Leicester Till I Die TV.
For all the latest Leicester City news and information.
You can also subscribe on YouTube and various social media channels.
for the latest updates and news on Leicester City Football Club.
Come on, you foxes!
Come on, indeed. Unbelievable. Let me just quickly run through the scores as they have happened today. Don't forget, of course, the other day we had Aston Villa 2, Tottenham 0, Chelsea 1, Manchester United 0, and then today Everton 2, Southampton 0, West Ham 1, Nottingham Forest 2, Brentford 2, Fulham 3, and of course we've just watched it, Leicester 2, Ipswich 0. And I have got to say, guys, you can thank me for that because I predicted that it would be a draw. 2-0. Welcome along. Jim, initial thoughts, first of all.
It was enjoyable. I mean, Ipswich came out early like they were going to spoil our party. But once Vard scored, it was inevitable. We were going to win. It's just how many goals were we going to score? Were we going to get to 4 like somebody predicted? But what an enjoyable game.
Wayne, I mean, where have these performances been all season? Look, I know, in the last couple of weeks we've played Southampton, who were almost the worst team ever in Premier League history, and we've just played the other relegated side as well. Had that been an Arsenal or a Newcastle, maybe the party wouldn't have been so good, because Ipswich had the chances, didn't they?
They did, and to be honest, the game panned out how Ipswich have played all season. Many thanks to Tom and Jim, because I actually got way late. I played football at lunchtime, and I went to the pub with my brother for a pint. We got chatting away different stuff, and I thought, shit, the match is on. So I was back. So I missed the first 20 minutes, but Jim and Tom very ably filled in for me all the details. But it was really interesting. And so with 13 points off Spurs, a few different results, what if they changed things sooner? But Ipswich are a really good side. They can hold their head up high, but the order that will go down in is the order that we came up in. And it does show you the goal.
Not necessarily. West Ham at home for Ipswich next week. Bournemouth away for us.
That's true. But aren't you confident in our side, Chris? I mean, we got all the greens and black drawers, and rather than all the reds again on the BBC Sport website. It's wonderful.
Yes. I mean, when you look at the last 6, we've only got 2 reds in there. Tom, you went for 4. We didn't quite get there. 3 would have been nice, because 3 would have made us equal on goal difference going into the last game.
Yeah, it would have done, wouldn't it? I think we were unlucky not to get 3, but then realistically, both sets of teams were championship teams. I'm sorry, you can tell that looking at how we played today. And if you watch any other highlights tonight, you will see the difference, won't you? I think we've both got some work to do, especially when it comes to our personnel coming in. But nice sides today for McAteer and everyone. So yeah, it was unfortunate we couldn't just really put that exclamation mark on it. But the main thing from today is the fairy tale story of Jamie Vardy's career has its bow on the end of it. 200 goals.
And we will come along to that, obviously, after we've gone through the match. Brad, I mean, I'm looking at you now and I'm thinking you could do with my About Phase week.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I mean, you grew your hair and I took mine all off. Look, at the end of the day, we can analyse this match as much as we want, and we're going to, obviously, because that's what we do. But really, I really could not give a rat's arse. We won. Jamie Vardy got the fairy tale. I don't care if it's 2-0, 6-0, 4-3. Vardy scored. That was it. When was the last time you saw a player getting substituted off and getting a guard of honour? That was absolutely brilliant. And look, I don't care if it's Ipswich or Arsenal or can Istanbul for our final game of the season. Chris is man of the match. We know who it is.
Yeah.
We did it. He got there. He got exactly what he deserved from his effort and tenacity in the game. And, all the best to him in the future. If he decides to go and sign for a Premier League team and not going off his perch, even better. Smug little tapping merchant prick that Owen is.
Who's my man of the match going to be, Brad?
Well, you're wearing his hair, mate.
Yeah, you are.
This is only to give Jim a things we learned moment.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
I'm sure it is. Let's go back to the start and very briefly looking at that first half. 6 minutes in, look, you can only play, Jim, who you're up against, who's out there.
Yeah.
We hit the post after 6 minutes. Oh, sorry, they hit the post after 6 minutes. It could have been a completely different story, and you could see that they were out to piss on our party.
Oh, absolutely. And they were beating us down our right side. They were really, it was Justin, Ndidi. They were coming strong on that side. And when they hit that post, you're right. It would have made a difference. It would have given them 1 goal, and I predicted 2-1. So I could have lived with that. But no, they came out like they do against us, came out strong, but luck was on our side.
Tom, your starter for 10. Just feel a bit like university challenge. Look, is it me or are our club missing a bit here? They've got a Vardy lap of appreciation live, and in fairness, I take it back. Leicester City, he hasn't done it yet. They've just got the ex-players coming out. We said this at half time, but I think it's worth saying again, Tom. 5 points in the last 5 games. Prior to that, 4 points in the last 16. Is it purely... look, Danny Drinkwater. It's a long time since I've seen him sober. Sorry.
We love you, Danny. We do love you, Danny, if you see this. It's a joke, mate.
You did think you were a piss artist. They're coming out. Where have this performances been all season?
Yeah, it's almost like that relief of relegation, mate. It was almost like that once that weight left, all of a sudden we found how to do things again. But I'll say this, I much prefer that to be the case than what I could see happening maybe to Ipswich. Because Ipswich, to me, of course, last season were the late scorers. They were the free scoring team of the Championship. They've had a season now where they've not been able to score that many goals. And that can carry on into the second season, as we've seen with Luton. So I wonder if we're in a better spot than perhaps Ipswich. And I didn't feel like that maybe 6 weeks ago, Chris. So, yeah, we have made some steps. I will give you that.
Wasilewski is in the crowd. Put your wine glasses safely away. And also Mark Albrighton and a few players that I recognise there. Oh, no, that's Richie Delat. I suppose it's most of the team that won the Premier League. David Nugent is there as well. And out come the Leicester City players without Vardy. Obviously, they'll be giving him a honour, and we'll come on to that in a second. I wrote down here, Wayne, at about 24 minutes, excuse me, will Vardy try to score or will he pass to help the team? Because last week, I thought he had a couple of chances where he could have scored and he passed one to Bonete, one to Monga. And I wrote that down because I thought with that first attempt that he could have played in McAteer. Of course, Jamie Vardy going to piss on my party. 2 minutes later, he scores 1-0. And really, that was the end of the match, wasn't it, really? It was all we wanted.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, he was trying to force those. I mean, he almost couldn't wrap his left foot around it, could he? Got 2 defenders on him, and he was determined to score, no question about that. Interesting, you got your Faz wig on, Chris, and I don't know whether you can see that. I've got my Faz.
Hang on a second, mate. Let me make you. Let me make you solo. Oh yeah. It could be twins. It could be twins. Yeah.
And actually, I made a note last Saturday when you did the pre-match. You said, you switched on, you started your pre-match, and you said, I'm so unprepared, almost like White Fowles is prepared to defend a shot from one of their attackers. And then you went on to give him man of the match, Chris. So You know, this is a real bromance going on here, isn't it?
It is. That's all I'll say. Brad, at 1-0, like I say, match over. It would have been, if we'd gone on and lost 2-1, would we still be as happy because he'd got his 200th goal?
Yeah, the occasion didn't give a fuck, Chris. There's nothing to fight for on that. And yeah, it would have dampened the evening a little bit. But at the end of the day, even the commentator said before McAteer grabbed the second, it almost feels like Leicester fans, the noise, in the ground was still quite loud. But he said the atmosphere's kind of gone into that, well, we've got what we came for. Is this it? And obviously, it was kind of poetic, wasn't it, Chris, that Jamie Vardy scored his last and 200th goal for Leicester, and Casey McAteer scored his first Premier League goal for Leicester. It was kind of, passing the torch. Tom, I was so close. I was on the right lines in your prediction. I said Vardy will score and Monga will get it. It didn't quite happen. It didn't quite happen.
Me too. I had Monga no Canoes.
I'm glad Monga didn't score, otherwise we'd have been having to watch Gray's streak.
I would have been having to watch Wayne talk inconspicuously about it.
Hey, Brad.
Sorry, Jim. Top is out there holding his little baby. Tom, let me come to this with you. This is very good. I mean, we're going to lose against Bournemouth next week, probably. Now, no, we've got no Jamie Vardy, but this is very good for Leicester, isn't it? I mean, totally. Who is worried about what's going on at the club? Who's worried if John Rudkin will still be there next season? Who's worried about Ruud van Nistelrooy? What a great distraction for the club. And just as I say that, Jamie Vardy is walking out onto the pitch.
Well, there is a point to that, isn't there, Chris? It's almost like we've managed to throw ourselves a nice little party this week, but there is still work to do, like you say. And like we've said in the last few weeks, other clubs are cracking on with it. There was a report out, maybe Will Still's walking to Southampton today from France or something. So there's things going on as we speak with other clubs, isn't there? So I would just hope that now we've got all this out of the way, because there needed to be something for it, of course. We now can get this behind the scenes, who's going to be the manager stuff, all out the way going into next week, and then hopefully get going there, because it could be Ruud van Nistelrooy's last game with the King Power. We don't know.
No, could be indeed is.
Like we celebrate it, but
could be a few. Vardy's now just doing the walk. He's been very polite to Vasilevsky, and who wouldn't be. I'm not sure what she's got. I mean, his kids have walked out with him. So was Rebecca. I think Rebecca had to book it and collecting money for her legal fees. I'm not sure. Allegedly. Can I just say allegedly? Wayne, I'll come to you because I know the answer I'm going to get if I go to Brad with this one. Ipswich were getting so much good fortune down their left-hand side, our right-hand side. I think Brad knows. What? I mean, no Koulibaly even on the subs bench. All right, they didn't score, and we were playing a team also in that have been relegated, but they had so much joy down their left-hand side against James Justin.
Yeah, they did.
Did I say Wayne? Sorry, Wayne. Sorry, that was for Jim. Sorry.
Oh. No, that's fine. And I mentioned that earlier. That was my concern as the first half got started, that they were taking charge of that side. It continued somewhat through the first half, but afterwards, like you said, after we scored, everything changed. Everything. The players seemed to have more pep in their step. We started playing some longer balls, but no. Early, it was a little dicey.
I mean, Wayne, quiz question for you here. Jamie and Rebecca stood with the kids. How many of them are his?
Anyway, nice weather we're having at the moment, aren't we?
Put that pot down, Chris. Stop trying to stir it.
Still awaiting DNA results.
Yeah. Well, there's a few boxes behind. A few boxes behind there may be a letter in there saying how many it is. I don't know. I jest, of course. Wait, sorry.
Stop being naughty, Chris.
Moi? How very much dare you? we came in that first half 1-0. It kind of the last few minutes they did come close, Ipswich Wayne, but we again seem to have cut out. We didn't concede just before half time, and we didn't concede just going into the second half. And that's something that Leicester have been absolutely awful at this season.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one note I put on 35 minutes is Leicester are playing like a Premier side. So in other words, we weren't getting overrun. We seem to have a certain level of control in midfield, though some people don't like Ndidi and Samari together. But yeah, we were in the game, no real panic. And I think that's how we've been in the last few games, actually. We've won 2, drawn 2, and lost 2 in the last 6 games. And I went to a big, strong Leicester boys thing with Matt Piper, Steve Walsh, in aid of like Memphis and mental health. And they're asking them, so do you think Root should stop and everything? It's really interesting, the discussion with Matt Piper, because he says, well, you look at the last few games and has he turned things round? Because the last 6 games, you can't argue with the form of the last 6 games.
I actually was saying, I hope he hasn't turned it round, but I was starting to think after the last 2 that he they may be looking at it and thinking, well, he's not actually doing too bad. Brad, jumping into the second half, and let's jump straight to this Guard of Honour. The game was stopped for the Guard of Honour. The Leicester players all went up. I think I said during the commentary, not seen that since John Terry had it done for him at Chelsea. Should it not have waited until the end of the game?
No, fuck that. Let him have his moment in the sun. 13 years, 500 appearances. No, let him go off. He deserves a Guard of Honour. There's very few names on this planet that have graced the game of football that don't deserve a Guard of Honour when they come either on the pitch or off the pitch at any point in the match. I don't care if he'd have scored that goal, pulled his hamstring and then needed to come off. I'd have given him a Guard of Honour. And the one thing I will say is it was clearly premeditated because the players did act quite quickly. It wasn't very spontaneous. It's obviously something they'd planned to do regardless of the outcome on the pitch. And I think, why not? I mean, I think more players should have deserved it over their time for the dedication they've given to clubs. John Terry was one of them. I feel like someone like Steven Gerrard, I don't think he got one, and he probably deserved one for his time at Liverpool. Sodom. What was it? Again, it's not like we're watching a game where it was 1-0, Leicester need to win to give themselves a chance to stay up. Ipswich need a win to give themselves... The game was dead. If we were talking something was on the line, I'd maybe kind of be like, yeah, all right, yeah, maybe they probably shouldn't be doing that. It's a bit unsportsmanlike. In this scenario, they kind of had a free hit, like Leicester have had for the last 4 or 5 games in their own way. Yeah, piss on anybody who wants to douse on that fire. Let him have his Guard of Honour. He's no more than he deserves for the 13 years of service he's given us.
Jim, I mean, you put your hand up there. I'll let you make your point, but I'm not going to say, do you remember when Demarai Gray scored the goal against Cardiff after a chairman pass, took his shirt off to reveal a tribute T-shirt underneath, still got the booking.
I'll tell you what, I can't agree more with Brad, because not only was it well-deserved, the one thing about Vardy, I mean, he's been the face of our club for the last 13 years. He made our club relevant, not just across Leicester, not just across the UK, but across the world. There's people over here in the States that know that I follow Leicester. The first thing they say, oh, Vardy, I like that Vardy. I've heard this for the last dozen years. You think about what he's done, not just for our club and our loyal followers, but he made us relevant, and he was the face, because people who didn't know much about Leicester, they knew who Jamie Vardy was. So abso-freaking-lutely that he deserved everything he got and more.
Tom, you had your hand up as well, I think. or you wanted to go to the toilet. I'm not sure which, but
It was just.
I know in that season when we actually won the Premier League, and I went into my local bank in Bournemouth, and I had a Leicester coat on. It just had a little badge, just like that, on the side. That was all. And the cashier turned around and went, "Oh, Leicester City, you're having a good season." Jamie Vardy, that was the first name she mentioned, and Mahrez. I went, "Yeah, having a good season. Who's your team?" She said, "No, I don't like football."
Yeah.
So he did give us that. But again, like I say, during a match, where does it end?
Well, I think the Premier League should do more things like it. What I was raising my hand for was I was looking at the NHL as the example. When Alexander Ovechkin got the record amount of goals in NHL history, they stopped the game there and Leonard did the award ceremony during the game. And then they, about 10 minutes later, got the game cracking again. So I think where my modern football is about characters and it's about revenue and money, I think the Premier League should be all for actually pushing more things like this and allowing clubs to have that free reign when it comes to things like this. So I think they should have stopped the game and done the celebration then. Ipswich could have waited.
Wayne, your thoughts?
I missed that question. Sorry, Chris.
Your thoughts on the applauding Jamie Vardy off during the game and holding the game up?
Yeah, stuff it. I mean, I watched that Martin Tyler when he sits down with Jamie Vardy. I mean, he's a working class guy, isn't he? He's a complete freak of nature. Like Pipe said last night, remember seeing him, he came on a sub, drinks a can of Red Bull, squashes it on his head, goes on 3 minutes later, he scored a goal. He's Mr. Don't Give a Shit. And he typifies that if you work very hard, you could get rejected. But if you work hard, sometimes you can regain and make your dreams come true. And he's a dreams can come true, like Leicester City is a dreams can. So singular as a person, he epitomises what this club has done on behalf of a lot of people who follow football. So yeah, sod it.
I mean, he's getting the obviously plaudits of speeches. There's videos up on the big screens. He's got his family there. I just wonder where this will end. I just wonder whether, and like I say, I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit, and I have to, obviously, is my position here. But I just do wonder whether that was the right thing to do. Jesse, welcome along. Glad he scored, and we had a good win for his last game. Right, let's get into this second half because it was a bit more exciting than the first half. As soon as we started, like I say, Tom, not a bad start. Rakitic got a yellow card almost straight away. But one thing I noticed about Leicester, and I think it was mentioned on there's a big Tifu going round as well, was the fact that the defenders were getting back a lot quicker today than I have probably seen them all season.
Yeah, and they were also getting forward a lot more than what we've seen all season. Connor Cody a couple of times went full box to box, didn't he? And it wasn't even for a set piece half the time. He was just trying to get involved with the top end of the game, which, was a lot better, wasn't it? So I think it's interesting because I think it shows you potential characters who could be staying at the club and are trying to sort of, lead that forward line now. I mean, Connor Cody would be one of those. There's probably very few clubs, unless Wolves are interested, that will probably want to come and buy him. So why not use his experience in the Championship alongside this younger team we're going to have emerging now? Obviously, with Jamie Vardy leaving today, as the elder statesman of Leicester City, we are now literally with a new generation.
Jim, I've made a note here, and I've taken the wig off now because it itches after a while. Good move, phasing the way again. Thought he had another decent enough game.
He did, because he's one that he will make an extraordinary play every now and then, but too many times he will hurt us. And I remember not only you commenting during the match, but I would be thinking the same thing. I didn't today. His name didn't really come up. There weren't any moments that were just the stupid Wout-Voss moments. So, yeah, I think he played well. Somebody mentioned Cody played well. Yeah. So I don't know if it was the wig that you had on or what. It worked.
I was, what do they call it? Channeling my inner Wout. That said, though, James Justin had more tackles. Luke Thomas had more tackles. Luke Thomas had more interceptions. It was actually probably the worst of the defenders. But I think the fact that we were playing Ipswich, Wayne, probably meant that they all looked probably better than possibly they were.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think Ipswich going forward, they've always troubled teams. You know, they've always troubled teams, Ipswich have, and they've always been in games. So, yeah, Ipswich are down there. But I think over the season, they've got the big respect from anybody because they've given every game a go. They've been in every game. They've fought hard in every game. And I did think that would guarantee them being in the top three. But, yeah, I mean, JJ is run to set up Vardy's goal. Luke Thomas is coming good. Well, Faz is probably trying very hard so he gets a good transfer, which I do hope he does move on. But yeah, I think we're playing more solidly, and whether Rude's got them organised, they do seem a bit fit, and as Tom says, running forward and running back. So I just think it's a brilliant performance, to be honest, despite it being Ipswich.
Scott says, I think he's actually saying that the fans are singing "We Want Rudkin Out." I think he missed the out off there. Brad, it's just showing Nigel Pearson in the crowd, and he's just been given a.
There you go, Tom.
That is a lovely picture. Have you seen the picture?
I have. It's just been presented a painting, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's a painting.
Yes. Good to see Nigel Pearson with a smile on his face and looking well.
Yeah, and not threatening to strangle defenders and calling people ostriches. Good old classic Nigel. I mean, that was a lovely touch as well. I mean, he'd just gone out of hospital, and the first thing he tweeted was obviously a thanks to the hospital staff where he was. He went now off to Leicester to go watch Vards. Say goodbye to a Leicester great. It was great, and obviously the class of 2016 being in the crowd. Well, the majority of them were there. It was brilliant, and yeah, it's good to see Nigel Pearson there. I'm just noticing, Chris. I mean, you talk about DNA tests. Assuming they are all his, do we have a Jamie Vardy Junior in the making on the pitch? There is he? Are they someone that's going to stick around?
We said about, or it's been said about President Trump's son being about 8 foot nothing. I think one of his is as tall as him. Looking at it, to be honest with you, I just want to bring this up, Tom. And I'm going to be very careful on predictions because I obviously went for a 2-2 and was absolutely miles off. 3-1, you went, Brad. Wayne went 3-2. Carl actually went 2-0. He gets 3 points for that. 4-0 to Leicester. Could have been if McAteer had his eye in a little bit more.
Well, I don't think I was far off. I mean, I felt today was one of those days we would see the best this team is going to offer right now because of the situation. Right, it's natural. You know, Vardy's last game, everyone's going to go, we'll run that extra yard today. We'll try and create that extra opportunity. And like I said, I still don't think it was an amazing performance by any means. You know, I mean, I still think when you come up against teams next year, we're going to have 5 at the back. We're still going to have a problem breaking some of them down, perhaps, especially when El Canus goes. But I still think, you know, all in all, it could have been 4-0. 2-0 was probably about right, or maybe 3-0 was probably about right, or 3-1. So, you know, mate, it's all chucking numbers in the air, isn't it? But the main thing is we got the win, and I got the Vardy 1 goal right, so I'm happy.
You did. And something else I got wrong was I said he'd end on 199. I just had a feeling.
I tell you what, Chris, next year you need to wear the wig and make these crap predictions every week.
Can I just say, this week so far, 7 points to Brad, 7 points to Wayne, and 7 points to Carl. And we'll leave it at that.
Sorry, Chris, sorry. How many points did you get, sir? Because I know that I got 3 of the best from West Ham Forest. So how many did you get right, Chris? Come on, you must have got loads of points if you're blushing and hiding it because you wouldn't brag about it. Sure. How many, Chris? How many? Go on, Chris. Tell us.
All right. No, not that bad. I got 6.
Yeah, it's one less than.
You should have one minus off for saying Vardy wouldn't score.
I look, at one point, I'd got West Ham Forest absolutely spot on. and Brentford, Fulham as well, and they both. And if Everton had put the shooting boots on and got a third, I'd have been well in front.
Playing for 90 minutes, Chris, it's a bugger, isn't it?
It is. Well,
next season,
let's be honest with you. How many times have Leicester played for 90 minutes this season? That's all I'm saying. Jim, I thought Ayew had a good game. I understood why he was taken off again, but I thought last week he had a good first half, not the best second half. He was taken off after 63, but I thought he had a very, very good game.
You hit it right on the head. I had that written down. We have a group of us that have our love childs, and I hate to say it, but I think he's one of my favorites because I like everything that he does. He's not spectacular, certainly not speed, but he's experienced. Like we've said before on here, he can hold the ball up. He can win free kicks. I thought he had a really good game today. And so you can attach him to me for now. Also, this is an early, just so you know, Tom has selected McAteer. That's the one he selected. So now we, just to let we know, everybody, Wout Faz up there in the corner, McAteer, Ayew, Jeremy Manga, Mr. Wayne, and of course, Samari will be ever linked to our friend Brad forever.
Can I just say that during the prediction league, 1 hour, 9 minutes and 13 seconds into the show, we had our first manga mention. And also 1 hour, 9 minutes, 57 seconds, we had our first fantasy league mention. Although I did kind of lead Wayne into that. McAteer, Wayne, again, I mean, look, before he scored, he'd hit the post. He'd had a couple of good shots. He could have been on a hat-trick today.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle with him and Leif Davis. The 57 minutes to put McAteer v Leif Davis, who's a really good fullback, and that was a really good battle. I really like McAteer. I know Kate likes McAteer and a few others. I just think he's a really good young player. Some people say, is he Prem quality? I really do think he is. Like El Canoes, if you've got better people around you, you're able to play better football. And he does like to attack the box. And further on to what Jim said about Ayew, I mean, I agree with Ayew. He's had a lot of people love him, and if he scores a goal, but then a lot of people hate on him. But you look at what he cost for £5 million. If somebody says, right, we're going to sign a player for £5 million, and he's going to score you 5 goals in a season, that is worth £1 million a goal in the Premier. And I think he's paid for himself this year, Ayew. So I definitely see why Jim's gone it, because I think what he's contributed to the team for what he cost, as opposed to Skip, is just no contest.
Were you surprised no Skip in the starting lineup, Brad?
I was a little bit, because obviously his impact, you know, and the obvious freedom that he gives to Wilf and Samare is a start. I do wonder, you know, don't want to read too much into it, but I do wonder a little bit if, you know, there were certain players. We know the release clause of Wilf, and obviously we've heard about the release clause that was agreed, not set. It was agreed. Sorry, that was a post argument I had on it. This was someone over wording. Agreed between Leicester and El Canoes. I just wonder if maybe that's a sign of who's going to be here next season and who they want to just give a few final minutes to, try and bump that value up to, with them starting, because there was no real logical need for Skip to not have started that game given his performance. I will say, I've just noticed that one solitary Ipswich fan has stayed in the away end. Now, either he's been locked in and can't get out, or he's appreciated the party as well. I just noticed that on the screen as I was saying that. But yeah, maybe that's the reason he didn't start, which is a bit of a shame for him, really. But he did come on, so at least he got to come on the pitch.
Yeah. Ronald's just saying, even the Leicestershire cricket team managed to win today, and it's been a while since that. I was surprised Git was dropped because I do not like Samari, and I'd really, really, really hope he goes. Looking at the subs,
Tell us
though.
how you really feel.
Sorry?
I said, tell us how you really feel. Don't sit on the fence.
Yeah, I'm not sitting on the fence at all. But I have to say, I think AU, I mean, it's all about, it's funny when you play these players in the right positions, Tom, as in AU in the centre, what he can, what they can offer. And like I've said, next season, we've not seen Dakova Reed for a while. I hope that's a sign of things to come. But if we've got AU up front and we've got Mavididi, Elkanut, Fatawu behind it, I mean, that is going to be scary because, how, he can hold the ball off to bring those players in would be amazing.
Yeah, it should be all right, actually, shouldn't it? Like I say to you, mate, and I said this last week, and I'll stand by this, it all depends on the bottom line. How much is he being paid? And has he got a wage reduction if we get relegated? Because I'm not having him for £80,000 a week or something daft in the Championship. I don't care who you are. I just don't think we can afford to do that, especially when you've got Will Alves coming back or Sammy Braybook coming into the team or, Fatawi's coming back from injury.
To replace Vardy. Because we've already got him, so there's no... I'm guessing there might well be a relegation clause in there, but look, we've got him, so we might as well use him, sort of thing. And as I say, as the striker.
But you also said we were playing him as an attacking mid, and then you're suggesting we'll be playing him as a striker, which then takes away from him playing well as an attacking midfielder recently. And maybe
he is a striker. That's what he is.
Well, it is, yeah, but he's played up there before. He's also played on the left, which he's also meant to be. And I think in both of those positions, he's not looked as good as he has in the attacking mid. But maybe that's his age this year, and maybe that's a transition we need to manage with him. We've debated some of our players this year, like Vestergaard. Would he be better off as a defensive midfielder? We know he's actually better in the bin, but we can't quite work that out. So, this is the point.
That's like Chris's love child. How dare you say such a thing about Chris's love child?
Chris has got so many love children, the DNA testing ran out, mate.
I have.
You've got more kids than Barney.
This is why I come on here and beg for money. My bloody child maintenance is absolutely through the roof. I'll tell you.
Don't forget to hit that donate button, guys.
If you want to donate a super chat, it will help towards the upkeep of my many, many love children. Jim, what a goal by McAteer. I know Craig doesn't like him. I don't know why. I think I've liked him since I saw him a couple of seasons ago, broke through pre-season. And, he could have had a hat-trick very easily. I was very, 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 very impressed with him today.
Oh, so was I. And the first shot, the one that hit the post, they had a couple replays of it, and you could see what he saw. He had that ball almost there. It was curling in. It just missed, or he would have had that first one. But the second one was beautiful. And I think all he's been missing is confidence and playing time. And he didn't get that a lot early. And when he did, like we've said before on this show, they get in just for some precious minutes. And if they screw up, then they have that on their shoulders. Instead of giving him the playing time to let him make the mistakes, I think the more he plays, the better he's going to get, and he will be someone we're going to count on next year.
Would you agree with that, Wayne?
Yeah, definitely. I think McAteer has improved with time. I think he's just been unfortunate. He has had a couple of injuries which have just stopped. He gets playing in the first team. He's had a couple of injuries, and that's interrupted him. But he's such a hard player. He's a local lad through the academy, and it does mean a lot to him. And as Jim said, that was a beautiful shot. And you can see it from the angle. It was just curling. It just caught the post. I mean, it hit that beautifully. So, and the one with his goal, that was like a typical Vardy goal. That was, wasn't it? Get your head down and thump it that hard. So the keeper's there on the near post, but he's hit it that hard that the keeper just can't react. Brilliant.
Yeah, indeed. Brad, if you're still with us, I want to start. We're being too nice here. I want to bring it down a level. Let's talk goalkeepers.
Yes.
A few mistakes from Stolarczyk today.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of nerves in the air, especially throughout the game. I mean, he wants to keep a clean sheet, and he's managed that with a bit of luck on his side, especially that one where he kicked it straight out the player. But look, at the end of the day, I'd still rather see a few scary moments from Stolarczyk and a clean sheet than fucking Danny Ward or Iverson in goal. Let's have it right. He's going to be our number one keeper next season. There's very little to no chance, in my opinion, we're keeping a Madsen. He just holds too much value. There's nothing against a Madsen. It's a credit to him how he's been through the season. But yeah, if he was going to put a dampener. And I'm not going to, and I hope you're not going to ask us for one because I'm going to just refuse to give one. But if you was to say who was a little bit of a naive donkey at times today, it would be Stolarczyk. But then, having said that, I think he's actually kept more clean sheets than Hermadsen. I'm not trying to throw anything at that for performances from Hermadsen because he's had way tougher games to deal with than Stolarczyk has, obviously, but it's hard to say he's been a bit of a donkey. But yeah, there was some nerves in them moments, but that does come credit to Ipswich for ever pressing the game, even at 2-0. They still kept coming forward.
Yeah, Tom, we forced them in, and we'll come on to our changes with the guys below in a second. But I always think when you're looking at what the opposition are being made to do, when you make an opposition make 4 changes in one go, that means you're really hurting them.
Yeah, I think they realised. Well, Chris, let's not forget the start of the game as well, where they were happy to sit back and defend and try and counter us. I mean, that plan gets torn up into 2 pieces when you go 1-0 down, because then all of a sudden we can then go back like we're used to under Ruud, because we haven't particularly played positive football under Ruud. We just kept the ball a lot. There's certain games this year, like West Ham, we probably won more by luck than judgment. But at that point, they've got to change it. Yeah, and that's a credit to him for making 4 changes and making a bold move. But luckily for us on the day, we were good enough to get round it. But, with that being said, I still think, they're a capable enough team. I just wonder for Ipswich next year. I said this to the boys. I've been worried about one of us maybe being a Luton. And Ipswich, the only problem I got with them is they might have dried up scoring. And next season, that might catch them out a little bit in the Championship. I don't know. It's going to happen to one of us, maybe Southampton. But, yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing, mate. Which team readjusts back into being that dominant force we were a year ago? And I'm not sure if it will be Ipswich. But, positive changes, like you say, from them there.
I would look at that the other way, saying that they bought mainly Championship players when they came up. So they might be in a better position than us with Dakova Reed and the AUs and what have you. Time will tell. I think Southampton are going to be a lot worse than either Ipswich or us. Jim, subs, 63 minutes. Have I missed? Actually, just let me change that. Have I? No. I thought I'd lost that. I thought I'd lost Vardy then, but I haven't. I've got him. 63 minutes. Justin goes off for Ricardo. Ayu goes off.
Who?
What? Sorry, we're not building. I'm not building any suspension. Go for it.
Justin went off for.
I'm just seeing how long you can carry that on for. Ayu comes off for Munga.
Wayne's favourite player, he wears a magic hat. His name is Jerry Monger. He doesn't fancy that. He plays for Leicester. He says chance to get banged. His name is Jeremy Monger, the best 15-year-old in the land. That's it now. You didn't get there quick enough, Chris. That's it now. That's it. Show's over. You missed out. You should have had Wayne on screen. Yeah, Wayne's love child.
It's so wrong. It's so wrong.
Wayne's love 15-year-old should not make a hair content.
No, the rest of it. Can I just say, by the way, if YouTube are watching, because I did a show the other week. It was a sort of 2 men down the pub talking ball show. And when we get down the pub and we've had a few drinks, and we've somehow managed to bring up Jimmy Savile, Gary Glitter, Harvey Weinstein, and all of those, and they deemed that it was not suitable for all advertisers. So can I just say, let's be careful here, guys, but or give Wayne and somebody who's older, please. But Jim, look, Justin. Look, I don't like him on that right-hand side. Koulibaly is a bit pissed off. You can see that from his social media posts. Ricardo, surely now, look, we've got to think about letting Ricardo go. He's just a complete and utter hospital case. Ayo, I thought was having a good game, but Monga, I'm sorry I'm not giving this one to you, Wayne, but Monga, what an impact he made when he came on. They were having to flatten him just to stop him.
Absolutely. I didn't mind JJ being substituted. I think they brought Ricky in just because that may be his last, I don't know what the contract's like, maybe his last game at the King Power. And I think he's given us some good times over the years. But you're right. I think he's long in the tooth, and I think that it was just there for his appearance. I like Ayew. I thought he was having a great game, but my God, when you got the superstar young stud coming in, it was I think everybody wanted to see him. And like you said, when he came in, he put them on their back heels, and he was something to be reckoned with. I thought he was going to score. And I will say, Brad wrote something last week that I loved. His prediction was 200 goals for Vards. And what you said, Brad, was he would win a PK and he would hand it over to Monga to score his very first goal. That would have been a real storybook finish. And I was hoping that would happen. But
yeah, and I said last week as well, is that when you look at that game, he gave a chance to Brenette, who took it. He gave a chance to Monga. Any other day that would have gone in, but it was saved. I was, my worst case scenario, Wayne, today would have been that, and I said on a couple of things that I write for Observer and BBC, that we're going to miss not only Vardy the goal scorer, but Vardy the showman, but most of all Vardy the sportsman, because he was putting the team above himself. And my worry was, if he didn't get a goal today, and we said this is his last game, he's finishing on 199. Now, I know Tom's not overly bothered by it, but, would Jamie Vardy have been knocking on Top's door going, you better fucking play me next week? I want my 200th goal.
Yeah, probably. I watched that Martin Tyler interview, and he says also, when you were going for the 11, it's Jamie Vardy to beat Van Nistelrooy's record, were you, he says, well, maybe from goal number 8. He says, but for me, it was never about me going on and scoring. It was always about the team. He says, people think he says, when I get on the pitch, I am single-minded, as in I want to win. But he said, it's all about the team. It's all about the team. And that is Vardy's view.
Yeah.
And that's when he used to rush around as well. But yeah, Monga, to be honest, I mean, Brad, I did spot Brad in the.
Sorry. Did you bring it back to Monga then?
Yeah, I did, because
I misheard that then. But
basically, Brad said I'd get an erection. Brad said I'd get an erection. And what did he say about? And basically, Brad, what did they say? Revenge is a dish best served cold. And I remember just a minute that Brad says, Wayne's getting an erection every time I mention Monga, because I actually said the same thing when Soumare got man of the match. And I did say that Brad's getting a stiffy at Soumare getting man of the match.
He still does.
That's fair play.
He still does. One more goal, and it would have been even on goal difference. I was hoping for that. Look, the next changes. McAteer, who I think had a great game, came off for Jake Evans, who won a joint award, I believe, with Monga this week. And Vardy going off, as we know, and obviously next season's championship top goal scorer, Daka, coming on. What did you make of those two changes? I mean, we know why Vardy went off, don't we?
Yeah, we know why Vardy went off. But like I said, I feel like you know, unless he didn't score, it was premeditated that at some point after getting his 200 goal, he was gonna come off. And again, you're looking forward to the future.
Sorry, mate. So just to interrupt, I think you're getting that who's going to come off. I think you're thinking of Wayne there when we were talking about Mongo.
Oh yeah, maybe we don't know. He's too excited.
Censors.
I mean, I am surprised that Wayne's gone from blue and his kit hasn't changed to white, but we'll talk about that another time. Yeah, but again, Jake Evans is another one that we've talked about, and he's kind of, ironically, I know you said he shared an award with him, but he's kind of been overshadowed, hasn't he? You know, he's only just got 2 seconds onto the pitch, you know, a pointless 96 substitute, but today he got a little bit more time. And you talk about, you know, things that are a few months away. If that is the future of Leicester we're putting out there, they need to be maybe starting the Bournemouth game, especially with Vardy now going, thanks very much. I've ended up on a nice OCD amount of numbers, 500 and 200. Jake Evans does play up front. He has been a forward and out forward for the under-23. So maybe Sunday Bournemouth is going to be Jake Evans gets 70 minutes or whatever, or, you know, maybe the whole game because it's pointless bringing Daka on. And we're kind of getting a preview of what's to appear in front of us next season more regularly, i.e., you know, Wayne's favourite. I won't say it because I don't want to get him excited, but him and Evans and McAteer and Fatawu, obviously we won't see him because of his Achilles, but we expect to see him next season anyway. So they're the players we'll be looking at next season with great interest. And although he had a bad game, we forget he's only, I think he's 22, 23, still on Watchik, the goalkeeper, as well. So there is a lot of light at the end of the tunnel, Chris, to be looked at in that sense. When you're seeing them, you know, yes, okay, you could say it's pointless minutes to a degree to kind of draw him into that atmosphere. But if he's going to get a good 70 minutes again against Bournemouth, and you'd imagine, again, that one that we won't mention to get Wayne excited, plays a long part in the last game, it's a good look future for what's been a pretty grim season, hasn't it? Isn't it?
Jim, just seen your message here. Sorry, mate, I didn't see it earlier. But is very kindly offered to send me a Mexican meal. I must admit, by the time it's got over the Atlantic, I think it might be a bit cold, but do appreciate the offer, mate. Let's have a look what's gone on here.
It'd be no different to going to Taco Bell, Chris. That'll be cold.
I actually got a taco. I forgot we've got a Taco Bell.
We've got one as well now. Yeah, they're taking over, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, we don't have a McDonald's or a Burger King, but we've got a Taco Bell. I don't know what that says. 87 minutes, Tom. Indeed, he taken off. Skip brought on. Didn't really notice any difference there. But apparently in the last 4 games we played with Ipswich, there's a goal came in the 88th plus minute.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because Ipswich were very good at getting last-minute goals, weren't they? And then, of course, we did it to them earlier in the season under Cooper. So, yeah, it was funny today how the game was different than what the norm is for us and Ipswich, really, isn't it? But quickly going back to what Brad was saying, I think it's an interesting point that we might have not even thought about today is we've seen 2 15-year-olds, 15, 16-year-olds go out and make their Premier League, you know, well, not debuts now, performances for Leicester, you know, coming off the bench. Could we 20 years from now be talking about Jake Evans retiring age 35, having played 20 years for Leicester? Is this the follow-on from Jamie Vardy? My only thing that annoys me is that with KDH going, I feel like we're lacking that sort of character in the club now, unless it would be someone like McAteer or if Ricardo stays. But I think that's the only thing now, which is a little bit frustrating, because I think if we had a player like KDH there ready to take over now, this transition would be a little bit more easier for us, wouldn't it? But yeah, encouraging, like everyone was saying about the youngsters, because I look at Southampton and Ipswich as the 2 near comparisons. I go, well, we got the most youngsters looking promising out of all of them, which is good.
Interesting, Jim. At XG, and look, I know what Brad's going to say. Al, there's only one stat that matters, and that's the one that you've got in the centre there. But when you look at sorry, that was a very bad impersonation of Brad. But I've done worse. The XG for that game, Jim, was Leicester City 0.7, Ipswich 1.56. We had 9 shots, they had 20. Although of our 9, a third of those were on target. Only 2 of theirs were actually on target out of the 20. I think they're still picking some of the balls out the River Soar. Leicester, though, Jim, this is the one that I always like to concentrate on. Leicester, 12 touches in the Ipswich box. Ipswich, 31 in our box. Yes, we won, and yes, we won against a relegated side, but to me, that still shows how much work we've got to do.
Yeah, and just to let you know, in my opinion, the only stat that matters is the one that's up in the middle of the screen. So
don't you be signing with Brad here. Honestly,
it's true. It's true. But I will tell you this.
That's all I'm going to say.
I will tell you this. The stat you just ended with, the number of touches, normally that great amount that they had over us, 30-some you said versus 12? Okay, now normally we'd be saying Cody had a great game or Foss had a great game. But remember, we said they were all kind of quiet. So that is kind of amazing. They've had so many touches that close, and yet our defenders weren't really big in the play today. So it was a good team effort. But only stat that counts is 2-0.
Arsenal, you can. I'm not having you back next season.
I've always liked you, Jim.
Well, I'm not coming to pool then.
Arsenal are leading Newcastle 1-0, by the way. Just to let you know. Wayne, I'm just looking here. Jamie Vardy, he had, if we have a look actually at the offensive rather than the defensive, 3 shots. He obviously scored on target with 1 and got 1 goal. Daka, I know Daka wasn't on long. I'm worried about Daka being our main man going forward next season.
Very worried. In fact, this thing I went to last night, Piper and the Richard Smith, the defender as well, from the Martin O'Neill era.
Oh, yeah.
And Steve Walsh, and they were saying that they're really worried that, so basically they run about Faz and the defence and the fact there's lack of leadership. And so that once Vardy goes, it does make you really concerned about, because one of the questions from the audience was, who do you think could be a leader for the team next season? And they says, we talk about when we go to the match, Steve Walsh and Richard Smith sitting one of the directors in the boxes looking down, and we get a really good view, and we see how they vacate the middle of the defence. And when somebody runs out, there's not a lateral coverage where the defence shifts over, and said it's really quite glaring. And they do worry about next season, but that's why they say really Connor Cody does. If Connor Cody features next season, that could be really important for Leicester, because Vardy is a leader. And you look at all the ex-players like Schmeichel, Vasilevsky, sort of Wes Morgan. There are a lot of leaders in the old Leicester side, and it's something that's gradually being eroded. When Madison was inside, people said and Tillemans, great players, but are the leaders as such? That's why the argument was, should Schmeichel be a captain? Should you have a goalkeeper as a captain? So that's what they were really concerned about, and I think it is important to keep Cody personally for that sort of stillness and organisation.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at you, Wayne. I'm laughing. We have got an absolutely fantastic. I think this is down to autocorrect. I love autocorrects. And Ronald, thank you so much for getting your mates in, for getting us up to the 50 likes. Really do appreciate that. And I'm sorry that it's you I'm picking on, but this is absolutely brilliant. Is Jake Evans going to be the next email entry or the next John Stevenson? Sorry, that's going to be an autocorrect.
But Daka, no. On that Vardy, he played 26 games for England, many a sub, and he scored 7 goals for England.
Yes,
it's incredible.
I know, unbelievable. Brad, finally, before we get on to the facts and figures, it could have been 2-1, but it wasn't.
Oh, well done. I mean, you're great at this.
Michael Owen's here today.
Yeah, Michael Owen is my hero. I base my style to be
Captain
Michael
Obvious.
Owen-esque. But I mean, look, this was so much quicker than waiting for VAR, wasn't it? You could see it was almost half a body offside.
Yeah, you could. It's almost like they had a tournament where it worked smoothly and proved it works and should have been introduced at the start, because instead of taking 7 minutes and we having 14 minutes added on due to a dodgy VAR and they're trying to draw the lines off pissed up, so they've been all squiggling all over the place, they kind of went, push the button, the line went, meh, yeah, he's off, see you later, play on. What? I asked the question, Chris, many times, why does this sport pretend it's the only sport that's ever had VAR, or is the only sport to introduce it into? They've had several sports come before them that had to deal with the hard work, showed us how easy to use it, and we kind of went, no, we're good, we're just going to use crap. It was brilliant today. It only took 20 seconds, and the game moved on, actually, while they were checking it. The game sort of still moved on whilst they were checking it.
This was the thing. This is why I thought I was watching it thinking like, oh, hang on, it's been given offside. And then they still weren't sort of, doing anything. But then it was a case of, they'd just gone on with the game. But it was nice to see, wasn't it? It was nice to see. Right. We are going to be back in 1 second, and we will be doing team performances, deserves a mention, man of the match, and we might even get a donkey out of Brad. Who knows?
I got one.
The TalkSport Fan Network is the ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts,
including Leicester Till I Die, independent analysis and reaction for the Foxes faithful.
The TalkSport Fan Network,
unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans for the fans.
Follow the podcast on the TalkSport Fan Network.
Indeed. And right, let's start with Tom. And we are going to go with the team performance. Tom.
I'm cheating today. It's a 9 for Jamie Vardy.
Damn you, Tom.
Sorry, it's a 9 for Jamie Vardy. I've cheated.
Oh,
because who was really watching the game, guys? Who was really watching today? It's all about Jamie Vardy. It's a 9. I'm sorry, it's a 9.
It was a Leicester City performance. Of course, we were all watching it with great detail, Tom.
Well, I
am sorry. And if this happens when we get to man of the match, I'm kicking you all out and I'm starting with them. Sky Sports, when they got rid of on Soccer Saturday, they got rid of all the regulars. You lot are going if you've gone for Vardy, I tell you. 9 for Vardy, that is an absolute... That is worse than when you gave a 5 the other week and everybody else was giving 1 and 2s. I mean, I'm sorry. Quick question, Tom, before I move on.
Yeah.
How many players did Leicester have on the pitch when we were actually playing?
I can't remember, mate. All I remember is seeing Jamie Vardy running around a lot and a lot of visible people around him. But I didn't even know Patson Daka had come on, to be honest. I must be honest. I thought he hadn't.
Obviously, you're having a Monga moment.
Ooh.
No, it's all about McAteer for me.
That's it. KC.
I'm not changing my mind. It's a 9.
Oh, I've written a 9 down for you, and you say... Thanks for being with us this season. They're a whole new team for next season, like Sky Sports. I'm going to have 2 Asians and 2 females. Just I'm ticking all the boxes. Jim, it's true.
I don't know how these censors.
Bloody true. I'm sorry, it is true. That's how you get a job at the BBC.
I think these YouTube censors are coming after you. He's in pool. We're all remote. We don't know.
Is anybody going to deny? That is true? Oh. No, you're not. You see, you've gone quiet. All I'll say is 2 words. BBC and all that. 2 words. Doctor Who. I'll leave that one with you. Jim, your team performance.
All right. Get your crayon ready. 9. 9 for Jamie Vardy. Tom stole it. And here's the reason why. Not just to feel good for Vardy. I thought the team came out wanting him to get his goal and wanting to get the win at home. So I thought they fought through some tough times. Ipswich could have scored at least twice, but go there. I thought they deserved it. 9, good enough.
God almighty, what am I drinking? I don't know what you lot are bloody drinking.
Oh, you know what I'm drinking? Belgian beer.
Oh,
for your love child.
The old. Well, I don't know if you know what it's known as over here, Wayne, but there we go. Oh, Wayne, sorry, Jim. Wayne, oh, come on, Wayne, you can't do this to me.
9. Yes! And the reason is because one cocky little shit decided that he's going to play his last game at home on 199 goals, and all his fans have been spending so much time thinking, yeah, but what if he doesn't score? Will he say, can I play in the last away game? He was going to score, and he thought, you cocky little shit. So for that, that's definitely worth an extra point. It was worth an 8, but Vardy's got that extra point for being a cocky bugger like he always has been and getting his 200th goal.
So 9 for a cocky shit Vardy is what you're saying. I'm not even going to go to Brad because I know what he's going to go. Go on, Brad, for God's sake. Piss me off more.
I'm going to piss someone off. I'm not going to piss you off, though, Chris. You guys have gone prematurely with giving you 9s. Because I have the luxury of doing post-match player ratings. The team performance in its own wasn't actually that great. It was actually very much focused on what we all wanted to see.
Get in there, Brad. My favourite. You retained for next year, mate. You retained for next year.
There we go. I'm going to give them a 7. Because they won the game, it was a clean sheet. But let's be honest, a few scary moments could have cost us the damper on the celebration. I get why you guys are going 9. I think Chris knows what my rating is going to be for Vardy when it comes to player ratings, but we won't talk about that. We'll let him sack me then. You heard it live on stream. I'm retained for next season, so I can give him what I like. I'm sorry to bring the mood down, but I have to be. I've got the extra benefits, guys. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Well, do you know what, Brad? Thank God somebody here is talking sense. Because I can't believe it's you. You know, I would never have picked you. I've gone 6.5 because I don't think it was that.
He's gone for Monga's shoe size.
As a well, can I just say, you three have gone for Wayne's dick size, haven't you, with your 9s when we talk Monga?
Oh, my.
Are you talking in millimetres, Chris?
Sorry?
Are you talking in millimetres?
Hey, I promise not to tell Wayne. It's between you and me, which is where it was that night, if you remember. No, we're losing it. We're going to get taken off the air. No, I don't think it was a brilliant performance at all. I think if we'd been up against somebody who had the shooting boots on, even like possibly a Southampton in the first game when we played them, I don't think we'd have got that win. I don't think you can give a performance for the team based on one player because, you know, it is you want to look at the stat in the centre at the top there, guys. Team performance, not player performance, team performance. And I think it's a big cop-out when you're giving a 9 for the team performance because it happened to be Jamie Vardy's last game. If that had been it is Jamie Vardy's last game, and let's say we'd lost 1-0, would you be giving 9 points for the team performance?
Hold on. You got to start listening when we talk. Because first of all, I said the team came out to play hard, and I thought they played extra hard because it was Jamie's game to get him the goal, to get him the victory. You said how many times they were touches inside our box, didn't score. Granted, it was Ipswich, it wasn't Arsenal, but the team played tough. I mean, I do agree maybe we got a little bit nice giving a 9 instead of an 8 or a 7. But come on, I thought the team performance as a team, they played hard because they wanted it. They wanted it for Jamie. They wanted the victory for Jamie and the team. So it was team. So listen, because Wayne's going to add to it right now.
What a great
solid
foundation, Jim. What a great solid foundation.
Can I just say, is that your finger or something else there?
It's my finger of intention. Not only did we not only did we score 2 goals, Chris, we had a clean sheet, for God's sake. I mean, we were desperate.
Thanks to the goalpost. Thanks to the goalpost.
And as Jim said, we hit the post as well, Casey McAteer. So I think it was a really good performance. 2 goals, clean sheet.
Team.
Brad, I'm putting you up there because you talk sense. There you go. You've been promoted. Right. Deserves a mention. Tom, out of your place, who deserves a mention?
El Canoes. El Canoes deserves a mention for me today.
You want to elaborate?
Well, I might do, yeah. I was just considering how I was going to word it. I had so many one-liners running through my head from what Wayne was just saying that I was trying not to interrupt with after what's been going on. But no, I think El Canoes, he got himself out and about well. I mean, it's a difficult one for me, this one today, because I've given the match and team performance as an overall Vardy thing, but these won't be. These are going to be proper. So, so I think El Canoes was the guy, today, really, for that. But then he's in the window, Chris, isn't he? So he's making himself available as well.
Who did we go to next? We went to Jim next.
All right. We talked about him earlier. Jordan Ayew. I thought he was a very stabilizing factor in there. I thought he did what he does well. And I thought he was going to get a goal, to be honest. I told Tom in one of our chats that I predicted he'd get a goal. So he is my mention.
Wayne?
Yeah, same as the lads, really. But El Canoes, I put a note. He's everywhere, and there's some phases of play where he wasn't playing football like he set the Vardy goal up with the 1-2 with Thomas. Was it last week or the week before? But he does put a shift in. When you watch him live, he really works hard. He was chasing around, trying to close down second and third, fourth press. Just a really good attitude, and I think that attitude was spread throughout the team.
So you go for El Canoes, sorry?
El Canoes, yeah.
Yeah. The man who speaks sense, Brad.
Well, that's about to go downhill. I'm about to bring it back down to Tom's level here and drop my contract and pay down for next season. We talked about the team performance, and some of us had brains and kept our level-headedness, Chris, didn't we? It was a clean sheet, and it was a sturdy performance because there was a few half chances that never became full chances because of our back line today. Not so much the left back, right back, but we won't talk about him. More the centre back pairing. Now, whilst we're going to see Woutface go, and whilst I still feel Connor Cody will be better off in a Talk Shite studio than he has on the pitch a lot of times this season.
We like Talk Sport.
Yeah, no, I said Talk Shite. I could have been talking about any radio station. You said that, I didn't. I'm just saying. I'm just covering my own back. My lawyers have told me to. But no, on a serious note, when they play well, and we always say this, Chris, all joking aside, when they play well, we give them credit. And the most mentioned centre back I heard today, and the most centre back, out of the two of them, I saw make the most important blocks to stop Ipswich getting the goal and get themselves back in the game, was your love child, Chris, your wig wanderer, Woutface. I think he deserves a mention. I think he, if this is his last game at home in a Leicester shirt, I told you I'd ruin my reputation, Chris. Chris, you can't say he didn't have a good game at the back. He kept a clean sheet. He made some.
They both did. I thought they both did.
I'm sacked again. I'm joining you lot on the unemployed list. And welcome back to the dark side, guys.
I'm gonna have to do this now, you sod. I've got to go put this on again. Every time we get the mention, it has to. Hang on, let me just put this this hair growth. Oh, I'm not putting it on again. It's too fucking itchy.
Can someone message John Rudkin to make sure we sign a player of an afro for next season once he's gone, just to get the money's worth out of the wig?
I'm Fellaini as Leicester manager.
£8 that week. 8 fucking quid. No, I get what you're saying there, Brad. I'm not going to go mad at you for that one. Right, my deserves a mention. I thought Thomas had a very, very good game. I've got to be honest with you. But sorry, it's because I'm having to agree with Jim here. I'm having to go for Ayew. Again, I thought he did everything what we're going to need him to do next season. I know we had a bit of a discussion earlier, Tom, about him. I think if he's played up front, if he can hold that ball up for, hopefully, Mavididi, Fatu and El Canouse, and then if not El Canouse, maybe an Alves, and get the odd goal as well, I think he will be one of our best players next season. So I agree with you, Jim. I think Jordan Ayew, and I was again surprised that he went off. But this week, I don't think he was taken off because he particularly had a bad game. I think he was just sort of, giving other players a run in, which he should be doing at this stage of the game in the position we are in. God help us here. Man of the match. Now, I've got to say, if you go onto the BBC, after they do their report, the fans can ring in and vote in for their ratings for the Leicester fans for the Leicester players, I guess, the Ipswich fans for the Ipswich players. Delap, not surprisingly, was the best player for Ipswich Town. He only got a 4.67, though. So our worst player, believe it or not, is Bout Faze, according to the fans' vote there, Brad. But even he got a 5.30. Daka somehow got a 5.45. What the fuck are you giving out?
I feel like Daka's family was on the voting system there.
I think so. I think everybody from wherever he played for, Nigeria or somewhere, I think they've all been phoning in. But the man of the match
in Zambia, yeah.
Zambia, that's it. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Zambia. But the man of the match with 8.88 and overall man of the match as well was Luke Thomas.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Tom, I know where this is going. I don't know why I'm even asking you.
Yeah. Who am I going for, Chris?
Who are you going for?
Casey McAteer.
Ooh.
I did my Vardy thing in team performance because, mate, today's team was all about Jamie Vardy. However, the individual performance man of the match belongs to Casey McAteer. Casey
McAteer. He was third, according to the Leicester fans. Vardy obviously was second. Monga was fourth, probably deservedly so. Jim, your man of the match.
Well, now that I know my contract is not going to be renewed next year, I don't really give a damn. I'll say whatever I want to say because I know there's no censorship in this damn show because of the way you run it. I do think because it's his last game and for what he's done and the fact that he scored that miraculous 200th goal, it's the GOAT beyond any doubt. And it's his last time I'll ever be able to say this because my contract's not being renewed. But
no. You tick a box as non-English. You do tick that box. You're all right.
But it's the last time any of us can ever say that. So I agree with Tom. Casey McAteer, that's probably one I should have mentioned in front of Ayew as far as a mention because he did. He got his first Premier League goal, and it was exciting. But number 9, the GOAT, Vardy.
I'll allow that because it's you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, that's all right. As long as you realise. Wayne.
I want to say, Jim, what a load of rubbish. And Tom, I completely disagree with your choices, but they both talk fantastic sense. And to be honest, although
I
it is
wonder where this is going, eh, Brad?
Yeah.
But I agree with Tom. I know what Jim's saying about Vardy, but
come on and do the manga.
McAteer.
That's the song. Come and do the manga, McAteer.
Yeah, well, Tuanzebe and that he'll have nightmares about Monza. I tell you.
See what, they were having to hack him down, weren't they?
Well, yeah, that's it, and that's the thing. When you get, I mean, that Tuanzebe, he's a right physical beast, isn't that? And he just couldn't handle him, so having to rag him right down to the floor. But definitely McAteer. I do really rate McAteer. I know we all got different views on McAteer. I think he, apart from his injury, he would have been a regular last season. Enzo loved McAteer and he loved his attitude. He's loved his willingness to learn, his fitness, and he does like to attack the box. And I think you saw that today with hitting the post, as Jim said, and his goal. And I think he'll hit like 10, 15 goals next season in the Championship. So it's the future, and I agree with Tom. Casey McAteer.
The future is blue. The future is McAteer. Well said, Brad.
I mean,
you dare.
For the last few weeks, we've had two very consistent players in either our Man of the Match awards or deserves a mention. Probably three if you're going to throw the always regular Canute in there, but they've either been Luke Thomas or McAteer in one way or another. And again, that's another bright way to look at our future, if you will, in terms of next season, because out of all the up and coming talent we've got and youngsters are coming through, given that he's a right winger who you'd hope can play on that left wing, knowing what competition he's going to have for his position next season with a returning Fatawu, he's really had to put in the performances, and he showed a bit of muscle, something that was probably lacking last season for him to get into the squad as often as he did, because he got shirked off the ball a bit easy. This season he's got it in players' faces. He's caused a bit of mischief. I mean, he was winding up Ipswich players all afternoon. I think he got a card, and the opposition received the card through it. So for me, it's got to be McAteer. I'm not a suckass that's going to go for Vardy just because his last game like some, and I'm not going to just avoid picking Monga just because he'll get incriminated for it. It's got to be McAteer for me. I'm wondering if we can get a petition started to get Spurs docked 13 or 15 points.
Yeah. Let's be honest with you, if the season went on any longer, they'd probably do it themselves.
Probably.
Yeah. My man of the match. Now, I've got to say, literally, he was picked on. He was pulled down. Monga was just running them. No, I'm not going for Monga, really. I'm going to go. I'm agreeing with everybody else apart from Jim. I'm going to go with McAteer. I think I know that Craig is very, very unsure of him. I think it was a couple of seasons ago we played Northampton in a pre-season friendly, and that was the first time I'd seen him, and he was on the left-hand side, winger on the left, and I thought, this guy, he's going to do really, really well. I think, look, along with Thomas, these are players that at the start of the season we'd written off, and suddenly they are coming through, and like Brad would say, Redemption United. And it's going to be very interesting, Brad, because I want to do the show with you after the last game when we actually give marks to the players and compare them to the marks that we gave when Cooper was sacked. Let's just have a look here. He gave Cody a U.
Yeah, don't expect that to improve too much.
Indeed, a U plus. Thomas a U. Mind you, I gave Thomas a D minus. So, yeah. And it's just, that is, by the way, showing our age that we're using the old O-level GCSE gradings on there. Well, that's it. Jim, I'm going to come to you for your 3 things you have learned from today.
All right. So you, I scratched one of them because one of them was going to be your Wout Pass lookalike that we found out what was hiding under those hats all season long. But
Indeed.
I've got a couple others. One of them particularly, the beginning of the first half, we found out what we learned was you were extremely hungry when the match started because all you talked about was how the food smelled good somewhere, your neighbors somewhere.
Yes,
and you missed a third of the first half talking about how hungry you were, to the fact that I sent you a private message telling you I'd send you a Mexican on Uber Eats if you're going to die being hungry. So you learn what you need to eat beforehand.
Can I just say, in my defence, because obviously it's nice and sunny here, I've got the window open and I could smell this absolutely gorgeous roast. And in my defence, I was up, I said, my radio show last night, the charity show, I was doing the 12 midnight till 3 a.m. slot. And by the time I got to sleep, it was 4. And I woke up and had to come straight on and start doing this. I have not eaten. So, I'm starving.
One. Second one, it's kind of scary. Gray actually said if Monga scored, he was going to streak.
Yes.
Now, scarier than that is Tom said if it went to 4-0, he was going to streak in nothing but his long beard. That would have been scary.
I have never been more thankful that we didn't win 4-0.
I know. Well done. I mean, I'm going to have to give Rude 10 out of 10 just for making sure we didn't get 4.
Now, hold on. There's something you guys, I don't think anybody knew. This is a late breaker that I just want to fill you in on. I found out that Kate has secretly been coaching the team, not Ruud van Nistelrooy, the past 2 home games. Kate, behind the bench, 2-0, 2-0. So don't put this on anybody but Kate. She's the reason we've won 2 games at home. So that's something we just found out about.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for that. Gentlemen, we'll hopefully, I'm going to have a chat, excuse me, tomorrow with Brad there. We're going to be looking at the prediction league and doing certain things. I've got to say, Brad, if anybody this term has not stuck by doing it, like, for example, Paddy and what have you, and I know he's got his reasons, but they didn't complete the whole season this season, they're not in it next season.
Yeah.
I think that's fair because it's done. But we're going to get these guys below us all in. I mean, we do know how Wayne likes the fantasy, but that's usually to do with manga. But sorry, Wayne. Are you all here next week for the final final game of the season against Bournemouth?
Yes. I will be. Just put me down for full time to be.
Yeah, well, I'll put you down for full time. Yeah, that's it. Guys, thank you very much. Brad, we'll be back tomorrow with the post-match, not the post-match reaction, the, what's it called?
The review show. I
don't know. Whatever it is.
2 knobs and numbers. That's what we should call it.
You've never been closer to the right title before in your life, sir. Although, can I just say, I'm not saying that I'm getting old, but it's probably more like 1.5 knobs. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody that's been in the chat. Still with us.
Cheers, everyone.
Smash that like button. Thanks to Rob, to Ronald for getting the extra likes in. I'm off now to try and find how many games. Email.
I'm not giving this man of the match then.
Not in yet. But then again, they're probably still in the stadium celebrating. So that we'll get Alan's official man of the match and sensible team rated for tomorrow night's show. Subscribe if you're new, and click that notification bell. Guys, it's been a pleasure working with you again. I will see you next week. Don't do anything I wouldn't enjoy. Take care. Have a good weekend. Enjoy match of the day tonight.
Cheers, Jamie Vardy. Thank you very much. To go.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network.
TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.